Are you ready? Good. We begin. As we return to our session, last we left off, your group, if we can keep calling you that, got into some more trouble. After concluding your nasty casino business and playing a high-stakes game of Russian roulette with a weird cat demon, you found yourselves in contract to this entity. A contract you'll have to pay for now at a later date. However, as that business concluded, Erix, I'll get it right one day, fled from the group to take some time for reflection and to collect his belongings. You found yourselves heading out and marching down the streets, interested in looking for Erix, or simply spreading around and taking a walk to prepare for the resurrection of Persephone. However, after sending Raz to find Erix, unfortunately, as luck would have it, as your group was alone and split off, you were assaulted by a Volstrucker, a unknown to you currently, but powerful assassin sent by some form of wizardly organization overseas that a few of you might be affiliated with. After discovering this attempted attack, you managed to escape and find your way to the authorities. Managing to get there, you told them everything you could. You now find yourselves in the law office. Currently, Commander Ramid is cleaning water off of his clothes, getting a change of outfit as Eridonis purposefully spilled a glass of water onto him while he waits for... let me make sure I get the name right here. The Archmage of the city. Load the map, please, so I can see the name of the NPC. You know what? There's a faster way to do this. Oh, here it is. Belia. As you're waiting for her to arrive, you two sit nice and comfortable. In the meantime, Erix is making his way back from a nice trip around the city, visiting first the Temple of the Changebringer, the Path of Prosperity. After going there and getting a Prosperity message given to him, he continued onward to the Sunfire Forge through one of the unknown to him shadier districts. But, as luck would have it, being generous paid out, and most of the people didn't bother him, as he was quite the charitable soul. We now find ourselves with you, Erix, having concluded paying extra for the resurrection at the Celestial Terrace. A lot of names to remember. I'll get them one day. After paying up, you marched off to try and locate your party. I believe, based on your little line that you drew, your current destination in mind is the Lux Run Casino, where you last left them.
Yeah, I guess that's my destination as well. I didn't write down my previous plans.
Oh, well, there's just a little blue arrow pointing to a line, so I was assuming that was your doing.
I have to only assume that was my doing as well, because I don't remember.
Fair enough, then. Either way, as you march your way down the streets, you see that the city is getting a little quieter, as it's starting to kind of be a little later than midday. Sun getting ready to soon set, though still beating pretty high over the sky. You see many of the locals currently heading indoors or clearing out the streets, as a lot of guards seem to be stationed on the road leading up to the casino. Seems there's a hefty presence in this location, which is not how it was a bit ago.
Now, perhaps I'm remembering this incorrectly, but I think I walked past a guard outpost on the way to the terrace earlier.
Oh, you did.
And I overheard some commotion about an assassination attempt.
Yes, you did. People were freaking out about some sort of magic attack in this area now that you are piecing it together.
Alright, well, with that information connecting the dots, I'm gonna hurry as fast as I can to get back towards the casino.
You hasten your step to the streets, and you do catch a few eyes, picking up your pace a bit. But no one pays you any bother for the time being. Eventually, as you arrive back to the district, you head into the casino. And, to avoid the map for now, I guess, do you ask around, or do you just give it a glance? What do you do when you enter in?
Or actually, I guess, yeah, I'd ask around. The
Okay.
first place I would go is the last people. I'm falling over my words here.
It's fine. It's fine.
The last
I feel
place that I saw them was at the bar buying food.
Okay.
So I'll go there.
You head to the bar, and you see that there is a Harrryyyson barkeep named Trogan, based on a little name tag you see pinned to his chest. He has a little stool that he seems to pull around with himself that he hops up onto when you get close, allowing his head and massive ears to peek over the counter. You sit down yourself, taking a seat on the nice cushioned chair, and he says, "What can I get you today?"
I'm looking for a couple of friends. I was wondering if you'd seen their sort around.
Well, what did they look like?
One of them was a bird folk,
Mm-hmm.
and the other two were, well, some sort of human with a mask covering half his face, and a half-halfling.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. The bird folk left not too long after you did. Last time you were here. The other two walked out a bit ago, right before some commotion started picking up in the streets. They probably found somewhere safe to run and hide.
And they haven't been back since.
Nah, not that I know.
Thank you for your help.
Of course.
And I'll place a couple of silver coins on the counter.
Takes it with a smile. Come back anytime.
I hope not to.
That I suppose you depart.
Yeah, I'll turn and I'll depart, heading for the tavern across the street.
Alright. We'll go ahead and get the map for that one.
Where we stayed the previous night, so it
Yep.
makes sense that they might go back there.
Mm-hmm. The First Eclipse Tavern in the Sun-Cut Bazaar. In the meantime, just give me a second. Quickly make some adjustments to the map so the Volstrucker is not on here. Alrighty, let me make sure there's no additional tokens here I'm missing. Seems we are good. Be entering in from around here. And go ahead and cut to the map. Throw down a quick spectator token for the gang. There we go. On forward you march. Enter into the location, you see the barkeep Sasterek, the blue dragonborn, leaning up against one of the walls and just casually watching out towards the building, focusing his eyes towards you as you enter in. Seems to have some sort of book in his hand that he puts down.
And notice that they actually have patrons in here now.
They did before when you first showed up, but they were cleared out pretty quickly before. Mainly because it was around closing the first time you showed up. Sastrick walks up and says, "How can I help you?"
I'm looking for my friends that I arrived here the other day with. The human and half-halfling, and the bird folk. I was wondering if you might have seen them recently.
Yeah, I have. They were, at least the two of them, human and the halfling, they were attacked. Right outside the shop, someone bought one of the rooms out, and then, I don't know, I guess they had some sort of unsettled business or something. Thankfully, they took it out of the shop, but he kind of points over to the carpet, and you can see scratches and, like, some definite signs of commotion kind of around. We haven't cleaned it up yet, probably because we're going to have guards trying to investigate soon, but yeah, a bit of commotion.
Eric's brow is furrowed at this news. Did you see who their attacker was?
Well, they bought one of the rooms from me. They seemed to like using disguises, though, so it's going to be hard to pin them down, but some woman with short brown hair and large tattoo on her arm, decently muscular.
Which way did you say they went? The front door or the back?
They headed out of the front door right there, down the street. After that, though, I don't really know where they went. As you're stepping out to leave,
I'll step out and I'll turn back and I'll place let's say 10 gold on the counter. I'm sorry for the trouble they've caused. You would believe this
makes
the
up
first
for it.
tavern they've wrecked.
This more than makes up for it. Don't you worry. You should come back later, though. They had some business with me I'm sure they'll want to tell you about at some point.
I'll keep it in mind.
Of course.
Did I see
Good luck
the
finding
orb
them.
on the floor there, or was that...
Not real. That was a whoopsie from me.
Alright, I'll thank him one last time and then head out the front door.
Yep.
Oh.
Start to head out, you bump into a Roz.
There you are. I've been looking all over you for the past hour.
I've been looking for you.
Oh. Something the matter? Because you're the one that stormed off in a huff.
Where did you go after you left the casino?
I just flew around the western edge of town looking for you. Fanzara asked me to. Should be waiting in the casino, though, if you're looking for him.
Fanzara's not in the casino. It seems they came back to this tavern and they were attacked. By a strange woman with short brown hair and a large tattoo.
Well, that can't be any good. Do you know who they are?
I can only guess. I'm glad to have found you, though. Seems this town is more dangerous than we've given it credit.
Place has some shady characters. Goes a bit above what I was asked, but if they're in danger, I mean, I'd be happy to help.
Well, the first place we have to start is to follow their trail of destruction.
Do you know which way they went?
I wonder if it's connected to those attacks I heard about earlier.
Where are we heading, then? Attacks earlier?
There was a guard outpost that I passed not too long ago.
One on the east side?
Towards the large palace in the center of the city. Do you know of it?
Yeah, a guard outpost there. If somebody was attacked, that would be the best place to start. Yeah,
There was
follow
a
me. I have a
commotion.
shortcut. We should be able to cross through a couple buildings just to get there faster.
And lead the way, Raz.
Lead the way, I shall.
Very well. In that case, heading back to the main map, what path would you like to take?
A path that looks like it's kind of going where we want to go, but goes into a back alley at some point.
Before we set off, I'm going to divine sense Raz.
Clean as a fiddle.
The Fey Fiend undead or consecrated or desecrated?
Unfortunately for you, no.
I'm just keeping in mind how we left them.
Of course.
So, in the presence of a demon. And now
Oh,
here they were attacked, so can't be too careful.
Oh boy. Alright. Heading off to a nearby shortcut, you find yourself not too far away, an alley. Eventually, it seems like you run into a bit of a dead end, though, as one of the walls seems to head up.
It seems we're a little turned around here, Raz. Unfortunately, you have wings and I do not.
No, this is exactly where we want to be. You see, it's really a shame, but we led you away for a reason. Can't have you getting in the way. It's nothing personal, I assure you. I don't like you very much.
I would like to insight check Raz.
Okay.
Go! What are you looking for?
He's gonna shank you to death in the back alleyway.
Oh no.
I'm getting bad vibes off of this bird all of a sudden.
No, really?
Yeah, you are. You think.
I feel like that's what's happening.
Yeah.
So, how would Eric's handle this? I gotta get back into character here. Hold on.
Okay.
Take me a minute.
Of course.
Honestly, I thought better of your companions, but traveling around with somebody who worships at the heels of gods like you do, it's rather disgusting, actually. Be glad to be rid of you.
Raz, did you have something to do with their attack?
Are you just now realizing that? Would you like a medal? I know you carry a lot.
I have plenty. What fiend put you up to this?
Oh no, fiends. Better than fiends. Stronger.
You're in debt to someone.
My reasons aren't for your concern. I mean, you're not going to be alive much longer to hear them. And I don't know how we want to handle this, but I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm just doing some creative map-making strategies right now, don't mind me.
It's an alley map.
This is perfect. But this will not come back to bite me later.
This will not
I'm
come back to bite me.
Very sure of it.
Sigil District?
Nope. Don't worry about that. The name is irrelevant in this situation.
The name
I
is
definitely
irrelevant.
didn't take some random. I definitely didn't take some random map and then cut off a corner of the alleyway for this fight.
Oh my god, there we go. Thank you.
God.
Yes. Well, I suppose, no matter what happens next, I think it's better we roll initiative so we can help figure out the flow of events here. So let's go ahead and get those rolled up. Player versus player.
No
Who
problem.
will win?
Music needs to get more intense now, too.
That's the plan.
Where's the battle music, nerd? I thought you were
I'm
there.
getting there!
Where's the battle music?
Blood on the cobblestones! My favorite song! As we kick in. Initiative, roll the way. We begin. Araz, how would you like to start?
Well, we start big. as a psychic red lance apparates in his hand, and it's just thrown straight towards you.
I would like to clarify that you are no longer my friend for aura protection.
Of course, of course. I'd expect nothing less.
We'll mark you as an enemy token now. Eric's, go ahead and make it. Not the spectator. Eric's, I need you to go ahead and make it intelligent.
That's the wrong token.
Not the
Oh,
spectator.
yeah, you can re-roll it then. As yourself.
Oh gosh, I forgot how to do this.
You should just
throw DC 15.
Oh, you managed to succeed just barely. That's half damage. Go ahead and take
This is
it.
the one and only time I'm ever going to do this to you. I just want you to know this.
My saving
Silver
throw
buffs.
should be bigger.
Huh?
My saving throw should not be a -1, right?
Oh, you're right. It should be a little higher because of your aura protection. There you go.
Yeah,
You just
should
put
be-
it on. That
be
should
+2.
increase it now. Yeah, you just have to have the ability on. I turn it off when you're not in combat. Turn it on when you are. That's just for the sake of it, not like showing that you have the aura on your friends constantly. But you have to re-roll because silvery barbs hath been cast down upon you.
The one and only time you'll see me use this.
Damn.
Damn, it's still good.
Even then,
Oh, wait,
you
wait,
just
wait, hold on. I forgot to fucking turn on the one attunement item. It's not equipped. Whoopsie. It's actually DC 16. I'm so sorry.
Oh, damn.
Because it takes my charisma from 18 to 20. My bad.
So Eric's in that case just barely fails. What are the effects? First, Eric's
He's just
taking damage.
incapacitated for his next turn.
All right.
Bro.
That is it for me. For right now. Just watching him fucking be stunned, basically.
Yep. Can't take actions or reactions.
I'll take 23 damage as well.
Does actions take into account bonus and movement, or just
Yes.
action? Okay.
I know it takes into account actions and bonus actions. I don't know the thing for movement. I'm assuming it also includes
Certain movement was like an action.
I think incapacitated doesn't stop movement. I could be wrong, but let me check.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just actions and reactions, so movement should be good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't do any of your actions, but you can still move. Just, I assume, let's just say for the fun of it that you only move at half your speed as you're staggering to keep your mind in order. How about that? For whatever it's worth.
Don't know if movement really helps me anyway.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
you have a
why
little
not?
bit of it. It's all you can do, I guess, right?
What's my speed? 30.
Mm-hmm. Because
I
you're just
see
having a killer headache.
We're not really on a grid map, so I'm just gonna have to
Yeah, just
eyeball this.
if it's a point, it's fine. It doesn't really matter what the. Yeah, that's fine. That'll do. You're within 5 feet.
You know, I'm
Back to
disappointed.
you.
I thought you'd really put up more of a fight as his hands electrify. And you do wear metal armor, correct?
I guess, yeah.
He has
It's
a metal
demon
chest
metal,
plate.
but it's still metal.
Demon metal.
Alrighty. Did he have to make any repeat save, or is it just until the end of the start of his next turn?
It should just be a one turn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just one turn.
Alright, cool. And you rolled with advantage because of silvery?
No, this is advantage because metal armor, but I guess also silvery.
Oh,
so,
okay.
but can't
got it.
stack them. So, does a
Smart.
24 hit? I do think you get reactions
It
back
hits
now.
by 1, but it's not my next turn yet, so I don't have shield.
Okay. All this talk of the things you've gotten up to, and this is all you've got?
Alright, Eric's, your turn is up, and you can act now. What do you want to do?
I'm just going to, after, I guess, getting hit multiple times by these spells, I'm going to shake off the psychic lance, look over at Araz. This whole city is full of people like you, isn't it? I'm going to cast a spell called Ensnaring Strike.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to cast an attack with a sword.
You're pulling out your sword. So what do you pull out first between your sword and your shield, Eric's?
Oh god.
I think Mistbreaker's about to turn to dust, but let's find out.
What would you say Eric's is first to draw?
Well, I don't know if would Eric's wouldn't kill right away. I feel like
You did have your AC, like assuming the start of the fight was with your AC high, assume like maybe your shield would be out first. Maybe. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. I'll let you really decide it for yourself. What you think. Obviously, you know what's gonna happen, but I'm giving you a little more freedom here to decide.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like maybe Eric's would just do, instead of Ensnaring Strike, just do a command to start off and then pull out a weapon.
Okay, so you want to do a command instead? Yeah, that's fine, of course. Just like I still said,
yeah, we're good.
Do you think he'd have
the same thing, but
his shield or sword out? Because one has to disintegrate.
The sword is about to come out.
Okay, and you don't have your shield drawn.
Yeah.
All right then. Oh boy.
Yeah, spell. First level. I already used the spell slot. Let's do this to start off.
Oh no, I got back and Araz was trying to kill Eric.
Yep.
Command word will be very simply surrender.
All right, Araz, make a Wisdom saving throw. Is that your DC?
Yeah, I'm not good at spells.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I need to check because I think Mistbreaker gives you an effect while you are attuned to it that reduces it by. Yeah, he has a -1 penalty to his saving throw against you.
Yeah.
So did that add the +3? Is that your normal Wiz save, Araz, or?
That's my normal, yeah.
All right, I just had to make sure it wasn't adding his aura protection. All right. Coolio.
All right. And then I don't know what surrender looks like for Araz.
Neither do I, honestly.
Yes,
I guess he'll put his hands up in the air and he'll just stay there for the rest of the round.
All right, and I'm going to draw a Mistbreaker and level it at Araz's neck.
As you pull Mistbreaker and start to level the sword towards Araz. Dear sweet Jesus, I love the deck. You unsheath the sword, and you draw it out with intent. Araz, you see the blade begin to travel towards you. However, as it does, you begin to watch it start to deeply rust. And before long, vines thickly begin to bloom from it. And in an instant, it's strangled and turned to dust. However, you see a single gemstone that occupied the pommel clamber to the ground at the base, resonating with a magical energy, as from where the sword once was, now a giant arcane gateway, like a tear in reality's fabric, seems to open up directly between the two of you.
Very cool. Do I still have a bonus action?
Yeah. So the line of sight's blocked off at the moment just because of the big portal opening up in front of you, but yeah. Your sword disintegrates.
All right, no line of sight. I can't Hexblades curse him, but I do have movement, right?
Yeah, you can move.
I'm gonna run around the portal or through it, whichever is more circular.
Well, if you run through it, you're going in it. That's the thing.
Right,
so the question is, do you want to go in the portal or around it?
The gem's on the ground at my feet, right?
Yeah, I'd say the gem is like right over here.
All right, I'm gonna scoop up the gem and go around it, because I assume this is Araz's doing somehow. And I'm gonna stop him from getting into that portal.
Shove him right into the blender dimension.
No, push him in the well. But it's definitely here.
It is. There's a well.
Push the guy who can fly in a well. That'll go.
Cover the
There's a well.
top.
Bonus action to do a Hexblade Curse,
All right.
and that'll be that.
All right.
Raz is surrendering.
Seeing the new development of his sword disintegrating in a portal opening as my turn starts to come to an end and I lower my hands back down, things just aren't going your way today, are they?
That's the end of your turn. Oh, God.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I can't do anything.
I want to
Keep it in line with rest commands.
What's in that portal? If I can see through it.
It is a green swirling miasma of unsurety and uncertainty. You have definitely seen this portal before the last time you tried to create one using your sword.
And it's sort of one way, right?
You can come back out of it, but yeah, that's really that. You can't come out. Assume it's like a doorway that's just held
We all
open
knew
for a
where this
limited
was
period
going.
of time.
We all knew where this was going.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
What are you trying to do to him?
I've got the acrobatics check loaded.
Eric's.
Just checking if there's a bonus action I can use to start this off, though.
Okay.
You already used your bonus action, but
Not this turn.
oh yeah, that's right. My bad. I forgot.
What the heck?
Oh,
Are all
boy.
these spells that I've never seen before?
I don't know what spells are.
Be restrained by vines. That won't help.
I really wish I had the demiplane map ready. Man, I'm so upset.
You're gonna
I don't
have to
it ready.
find one.
I have one, but it would take me a while. Oh, damn.
Yeah, I think we just gotta try it. Acrobatics versus athletics to shove
right.
action.
Oh boy.
I have a chance. No, I do not.
Oh no.
I'm gonna try to
I
shove
limited myself to 1 silvery barbs for this, so we're not doing it.
shove you into the portal.
All right. Araz, in an instant, you watch Eric's run up behind you. You turn around to meet him, but as soon as your eyes meet him, you see a pair of hands push right into your chest, sending you stumbling backwards. It feels like falling down as you're pushed through, as you quickly stumble and you feel like your back is about to hit some sort of solid flooring. However, instead, your feet find purchase on what looks like a thick oak kind of tree base, like a hollowed interior of a tree. You you look around yourself and immediately see what looks like this massive kind of sapling growing in the center of this small grove-like room, and a meditating behemoth of some sort of entity currently sitting at the back of this room. It appears magnificent and massive. You aren't sure what the gods might look like, or what their servants might look like, but this sure feels like one of them, as a piercing, radiant glow from the eyes stare at you with the demonic equivalent of confusion, and the massive horned beast sits for a moment watching.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Is
your
the portal
turn.
still open?
Yeah.
I'm not
Get me
done
the
yet.
fuck out of here.
I've
Oh, wait,
still got
hold on.
stuff to do.
True? Okay. What do you like to do, Eric?
I'd like to use my movement to follow him in.
Oh no! Okay. So you walk in. And you took the gemstone with you?
Yeah.
Alright. As the unstable gemstone passes through the portal, it closes as you're on the other side.
And bonus action and action time.
We're just going to assume you're in a tree right now for the sake of it. But you follow him in, Eric's, and yeah, you see Araz, the portal, kind of shut behind you as Eric's passes through it, and kind of a sparking shot come out from Eric's like hand or pocket, wherever he's keeping the stone.
They're probably still in my hand, but as I step through the portal, I'll tuck it into my pocket and take my Gaudrashari staff off my back. And I'm going to try to crack this bird over the head with an ensnaring strike.
Of course.
Where is the staff? On any target. So this is going to be an attack.
Grumpy spear.
Oh, I pressed the wrong one. Let me delete that. This weapon. And I get a bonus from Hexblade's Curse to damage. But not attack rolls. Alright.
Araz, does that hit?
Yes.
Alright.
Yes, that hits.
Alright, so first things first, the DC 14 strength saving throw from the ensnaring strike.
As one does.
No longer -1.
Okay, that is a 0.
Now we're going to figure out what ensnaring strike does. 1d6 piercing damage while restrained. Alright, but no extra damage.
Also, you can choose to have it. If it does damage, you can choose to have it either crush or become thorns.
It's going to become like this verdant green tree stump. It's going to be like bits of wooden tree bark and roots that sort of grow out of the ground.
And begin to entangle you to the floor as Naviesk sits in the corner, watching meditatively.
And I don't know what my bonus is for Hexblade's Curse. I think it's a +3. It's plus proficiency bonus, which is 3.
Yeah, well, there you go. 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
And that'll be my turn.
Araz, you are currently entangled. I believe you have to use your action to break free, is it?
Hold on, I gotta open it up again.
Yeah, use that. Give a little read to that ability. I know that one's confusing.
Yeah, let me just pull the whole
11.
spell up here.
And then ensnaring's a weird one.
I will say, I'm just going to Dimension Door out of this. I don't know how Ensnaring Strike just works off the top of my head, though. Is that just...
At the start of your turn, you take 1d6 piercing damage. Just for free. And then, as long as you're restrained by the vines, or one that can touch the creature, you can use your action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. So my DC is 14. It'd be a DC 14 strength check.
It's considered restrain or grapple?
Restrained.
Dimension Door, does that require what components? Just vocal. Okay. What are the... First off, let's roll the d6. That's the easy part. And then I ask after that, what are the component requirement, or what are the limitations of teleporting from a demiplane?
Fuck if I know, dude.
I think you have to know the location of 500 feet.
I'm not trying to teleport out of the demi-plane. I don't think that's a thing I can just do.
Oh, so. Just out of the vines. Okay.
Yeah, just out of the vine.
Oh, okay. That's
Dimension Dooring out of a demi-plane does not sound like a thing that's possible.
It doesn't. That's why I was asking, because I was curious.
You can choose the distance and direction, so you don't actually need to see your target. You
don't. But the problem is it has to be within 500 feet, and it's a demi-plane, so you can assume it's infinite feet.
Or you could end up in the chaos dimension.
That too. I mean, if you want to try that. All right, 5 points of damage to Araz.
Yeah. And we'll just quicken Dimension Door to get very far away in this scenario, and
you end up
start
on the other side. I'm
examining
like 15
the
feet away
the
from
entire
him.
place and see if there's any way I can get out of here.
You are a bird trapped in a cage right now. There is an up, though it seems to go into like an endless darkness, like the hollow of a tree.
Okay. Hollow of a tree. There's Eric's who's going to beat me to death. There's God's servant over there. Well, it appears I've been thoroughly bested. Hopefully I can at least take you with. And then I used fucking Quicken Dimension Door, so we're just gonna fire like a fucking firebolt at you or something. I don't know. Yeah, no.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Alrighty then. 15 feet away?
Nondescript distance far away.
Yeah, 15 feet away. I'm gonna say it's a shockingly small area. Eric's.
All right, dodging the firebolt, I will, still holding my staff out in front of me. I'm not beyond redemption. If you've made a mistake, you can set things right. And I'll move towards him, but I won't attack. I will instead try to get as close as I can in melee, if possible.
Mm-hmm. Roll me.
I don't know if Araz is flying in the air.
Yeah. He's not. He's within
Ground.
15 feet. It's easy
It's
to get
fine.
within. Yeah, it's easy to get within range of him. I do want you to roll me like a random d20 though. Start of your turn. Ooh. Okay. For now. Oh shit. You know what? Oh my god, wait, there's multiple things that need to happen here. Okay, so 2 of you have casted spells. Araz, roll a d20 as well for me.
Sure thing.
Okay, so Eric's, did you cast any, is Ensnaring Strike a spell?
Yes, it is a first level.
Okay. You're within range of Navi-esque, which means wild magic needs to occur, so I need you to roll me a d100. Almost forgot about that little feature of his sheet. Let's see what you get. Where is it? Player token stuff. Alright. 83. Aura of the wackiness. Let's go open that link. 83. Okay, for the next hour, a weapon of your choice within 30 feet becomes infused with elemental magic. You basically choose a damage type, and your weapon to deal an extra d6 of that damage type for an hour.
I'll choose the Gougeary Staff.
Okay.
And
What
let's say cold
elemental damage. Cold damage. All right. Your staff begins to kind of trickle with a rime frost, and I need you to roll a different d20 because I forgot that you needed to roll 2. Something completely unrelated. All right. You can continue as then.
I would like to use, what is it called? Nature's Wrath? Is that the other ensnaring one that I got?
I think so. Give it a
That
read.
seems right.
Give it a read.
I'm going to try to put Araz in more vines.
Oh boy. Alrighty. Well, what's the conditions here for the saving throw?
Strength or dexterity saving throw, its choice. Or be
Right.
restrained.
Strength or dex, Haraz?
I think that makes it. I don't think my DC's... It's 14, right? Yeah.
Is it 15 though? Or is it a lower DC for this
14
ability?
minus 1 as long as I have my sword, which I do not.
I mean, okay, it's a different DC for that ability for Nature's Wrath than it is your spell DC.
Oh, is it?
I mean, I'm asking because I think your spell DC is 15.
It says
Spell DC is
spellcasting
40.
DC on the.
Is it?
thing.
Okay.
Call me crazy, but I think
Yeah,
it's just the
it's-
same.
That's probably right. I couldn't remember if it was Araz or... Yeah, it is 14. I think Araz is 15 then. I got confused. Yeah, it is. Well, technically it's 16, but, you know,
Alright,
it was
so
15
Araz
earlier.
passes, but my ultimatum stands,
Mm-hmm.
and I will end my turn.
Ultimatum in place. What do you like to do, Araz?
I don't want your redemption. I knew what I signed up for. Boop. As just a crackling bolt of lightning strikes out, and this is probably going to be the last thing I get to do. So,
I need you to roll a d20 as well.
yep. I already had fucking that ready to go.
All
That
right,
is a
roll
1.
me a D100.
Yep, you got it. Fireball, 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 fireball.
Alrighty, well,
was
it's different.
dangerous.
This is a wacky looking table. It's a different type of wild magic thing. It's just the same one, but slightly more fey. This was a result of 31. Alright, on a 31, an eye suddenly appears in the back of your neck. It lasts for 1 hour, and you can't be surprised for this duration. It's under your feathers. You just feel a very uncomfortable sensation, and you feel like you can see darkness as well as whatever else you say. It is
Very
trippy.
uncomfortable.
It is very trippy and irritating. But either way, Eric's, you roll a 21 in your saving throw. You can just go ahead and drop concentration on that. It's not useful anymore. So that means you succeed, taking half damage from the lightning bolt.
Took 13.
13 points of damage.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to spend another 2 sorcery points to quicken a shock and grasp as well. Technically other way around, but you get the point.
I don't think shield will help there. Thanks, reaction.
I'm gonna be real, I'm lasting a lot longer than I expected.
Well, sword turns to powder, so that definitely helps. 14 points of damage.
No problem.
Now, do
God.
keep in mind, Eric's, I think you take half damage from spells if I'm not mistaken, from one of your
Wait,
new
Rick?
auras.
Have I been forgetting that this whole time?
I don't know if that's like next level or this level. Let me see.
Let's see.
How many warlock levels do you have?
This thing?
Aura of Warding. Yep, 7th
You and
level.
friendly creatures have resistance to damage from spells. Wow,
Yeah.
that's
Yep.
useful.
You should
Well,
give
you-
yourself back a little bit of health
Yeah.
then.
Add some of that back.
Yeah, do some calculation real quick. Just do some like rough math. I'll trust you.
Plus
Do you
7
wanna-
from Shocking Grasp.
Mhm.
I took 13 off of
It's like
That
a
lightning.
explains
quarter.
why I was doing a lot better than I expected.
Yeah, you take a quarter damage all around from
So it's
everything.
half of 13. Someone quick math that.
Yep.
Half of 13. Half of 7.
Thought we were missing something.
and then
I was gonna
half
say
of 3.
I've been DMing for Eric's for the longest time. I know how tanky he is.
It's
This was too easy.
Right, 13. That's another 7.
Alrighty. Getting
I
all the
think
health.
that's right.
Alright. In that case, good.
Surely you must be getting tired now. It's not like you're gonna escape this place. So you might as well take the offer on the table.
As it is your turn, Eric's, you also need to roll a d20. Alright, you're good for now.
Do I have other non-lethal options? Let's see. That's Mistbreaker related. That is... You know what? Let's just clobber him with the staff again. That seemed to work.
Staff clobbering time.
Staff clobber in time.
Smite
bonus
with your
action.
staff.
Let's do another smite.
Oh boy. Oh boy!
I know. Let's do all the smites.
Every one of them? Oh my god.
Every smite.
Every single one of the smites. That's a
Every
lot of smites.
Single freaking smite.
It's like 2 smites.
Shield.
Alright, I'm gonna Divine Smite at level 2. So that's 3d8.
I don't have shield on the sheet, but shield, it's from funny magic item.
Yeah.
So
So,
that's a miss.
it's a miss.
Alright, I will attack again.
is that? That is a 17, so still doesn't go through.
All right, then that will be my turn.
Man, this is certainly a thing that's happening right now.
Yes, an interesting set of PMs. Retrospect. I'll post it after. Screenshot it and post it afterwards.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm going to... Hell, what do I even do anymore? Yeah, we're just gonna full send this one. I can see the writing on the wall here. So I'm going to move myself to line it up. And my next lightning bolt is going through Eric's and Naviesk.
I would like to opportunity attack.
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity attack, it's walking next to you.
Yeah, he's going around you, I'd say, in this instance. Given
Granted, I don't think it's going to matter in about 5 seconds, so you can have one if you want.
Nah, that's cool. I'll play by the rules.
So you're gonna hit Naviesk with a lightning bolt.
Yeah, I sure am. It's not gonna go well.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Is Naviesk within my aura feat?
Okay,
he is not.
Thing every time. Bro, he's gonna take like 2 damage. I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, let's see if he succeeds first. Let me just, for the sake of clarity here.
Don't worry, guys. Lightning Bolt does 10,000% damage extra if you aim for the head.
Okay, let's just have him make his little saving throw. Huh? Oh, he did not roll high on that one. Wait, this is a magical effect, actually, so... He does roll with advantage.
You had to roll your wild magic too, right?
Yep, that happened. So go ahead and roll your d20. Naviesk barely succeeds. Your magic is stable. Just drop concentration on that because it doesn't matter. I don't think Wrathful Smite.
I kept concentration.
Does it matter? Do you
It
need to
does.
keep
The
it?
next
Okay.
time I hit somebody, it's gonna trigger.
Oh, okay.
It
Alrighty.
might be doomed here, but I'll settle for injury.
As you strike forward the lightning, Naviesk takes a quarter damage from it being lightning. That equals out to roll d20, Eric's.
It equals out to 9 because I had to do that same math.
Thank you. 9 points of damage to the Phalor. 18. Everything is good for now. And...
D100?
No. There was no wild magic surge here. He rolled safely. Eric's. A voice in your head is going to say, "Shall I intervene?" How do you respond telepathically?
Real quick, before I telepathically respond to that, I got a question.
Yeah.
Bane's Rebuke. Does that trigger on me getting attacked or just taking damage?
I believe I'm just taking damage.
Alright,
I mean,
I'd like to do that.
It's the same as Hellish Rebuke, so
I don't remember how Hellish Rebuke works.
think it's just damage. We can check if you want to, but I'm just gonna... It's fine for now.
It's in response to damage, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna do this.
Alright, Eraz, go ahead and... Also, Eric's roll d20 for a spell. Eraz, go ahead and make a dex saving throw.
Oh my god.
Alright, Eric's roll a d100 for me. That is a 60.
Almost a 69.
Damn. Damn, what even would a 69 be? Let's figure it out later. There's always more chance of stuff. Fuck with
Fire
Navias.
damage.
63, 16 fire damage, and you are baned for, I believe, just the next turn. How do you...
I am baned?
No, he is, Eraz.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've got to respond to Naviask. I'll say... I'll say it out loud. Give him one more chance.
Hands crossed on his lap. Eric's, for your this is actually one we've had in the past, wild magic wise. Cacophony of deep orchestral echoing seems to take up the interior of this tree all around you. You get a D8 bardic inspiration.
Ooh, very cool. I would like to use... If I do that, I can't, yeah. Alright, one more chance. Let's do it. I'm going to cast...
One more chance.
The Lay on Hands. Use ability. Not on you.
No, please, I'll take it.
Well, maybe on you. We'll see. I'm going to give myself 20.
Alrighty.
And, yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
God.
Oh, Persephone's body.
We're down to the last bit of the wire here, so we're going to use my last sorcery point for Twin Spell. I'm going to Twin Spell Mind Thrust. One of these,
Alrighty.
and then because I'm using a sorcery point on it, I'm also going to use the Far Realm Shard I have. So an int save and a charisma save from Eric's, and then just an int save from Naviask, though he's going to instantly pass it, so he'll be fine.
Oh, you don't know that. He's not the smartest tool. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed now.
1d8 Bardic on this?
1d8 Bardic?
Is it
Yeah,
1d8?
he got it from his wild magic, yep. Yes, succeeds. Yeah, it was an a Raz around you since you missed it. An orchestral.
No, I remember the cacophony. I just didn't catch the Bardic.
Yeah. It was him and all of his allies within range. Bardic inspiration. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So Eric's fails. Naviask succeeds.
Okay. And then I need to actually roll damage on this. So. Funny, 9 points of psychic damage for Eric's, and then can you also roll me a charisma saving throw as just a small tear opens up and a red tentacle lashes out at you for a minute? Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that'll do.
That's my con save for my spell.
Half damage from the spell, obviously, Eric.
Charisma.
Mind thrust. Does that make him incapacitated?
So, sort of. It's the weird kind of incapacitated, but he can do things, just not all the things.
Alright.
Yeah, you made the charisma saving throw, so nothing happens with that. It just kind of fucking bounces off.
It's had a shade to
Yeah, you know, we can all see the writing on the wall here.
He took you to hell.
He did take me to hell. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Alright, well, I guess no more playing around.
No more goofing. No more goofing about.
Let's wrap this thing up, shall we?
Alrighty. Remember, it deals an extra d6 of an elemental damage of your choice, but it can still be non-lethal if you choose.
And I still have my freaking...
Wrathful
what's
up?
it called? Wrathful Smite.
Yeah.
So, does 22 hit?
Or us?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Without question.
Yeah, it'd take me a minute because I gotta type in a lot of damage types.
I was your fucking NPC fight this evening. I hope you enjoyed.
Oh, boy.
Oh!
I would
Cooked
like to
bird.
non-lethally bonk him.
Magically non-lethal. Oh my god. I don't know
Just
if
a
that's
really
how that works.
big bonk. Probably
All
very
right.
concussive.
Yeah, likely very. There's a lot of damage going into this one. Does this knock Araz unconscious?
Oh, absolutely. Without question.
In that instance, Araz falls to the ground unconscious as wild a fight it is, it's over.
Alright, I'll be back in 2 hours. Nah, I'm fucking.
Well, shit. God. Alrighty, Eric's. As Roz falls unconscious, the crackling stone in your pocket continues to flare until you roll enough d20s that you land on a 1.
I'm
and
gonna take it out, hopefully before that happens. Now that my adversary is dealt with, and look at it, try to see what's wrong with it. I mean, besides the obvious, there's nothing attached to it anymore.
As it's crackling, you watch it kind of suspend in air in front of you, and then a fissure seems to open up throughout it. Kind of, the stone itself doesn't break, but it's like a big crack or a lightning strike is in the air where the gateway normally would be. And Naviesk is sitting in the corner of the room.
I'll turn to Naviesk and I'll say, "That's not good, is it?"
No. It is very bad. Care to explain yourself? I didn't know we'd be having visitors.
Frankly, neither did I. It all happened so fast. That one there, Araz. He was our guide of sorts in the Jewel of Hope. As soon as we got there, he was very friendly. Or at least that's what he seemed to be. The Cobalt Soul assigned them to help us, give us directions around the city. I thought it was odd that he stayed with us for so long. I only recently found out that he may have been behind my friend's attack and then subsequent disappearance.
So your group has been had, so to say. What did he do to your blade? What of Mistbreaker?
Well, I used my magic to command him to surrender. And as soon as I drew my blade, it turned to ash in my hands.
How odd. And you aren't sure why this occurred?
I think it must have been his doing. He had made a deal with a devil.
And there is no reason to cry over spilled milk. There is only so much we can do to remedy this situation. Mistbreaker is no more, though the stone that holds my power still persists, miraculously through its strength. I would recommend concluding your business with haste. We are going to be very busy.
And I must find the others. Make sure they're all right.
Yes. However, that's easier said than done. You watch him kind of stand up, crouching over, walking on over to you before picking up the stone or grabbing it and then pulling out of this crackle that's still there. It seems to resonate before the cackling energy on it heads down his arm into his body. He takes a deep breath. I will have to work on this. I can send you back However, you returning to me is going to be a different trick. I cannot simply operate in the middle of a city street. You're going to have to find some area well attuned to nature if we are going to reconnect to one another. He takes the stone and hands it to you.
I think I could do that.
I recommend taking this with you. He motions towards the body of Persephone. It would be no use trapped in here.
And what of him? A motion towards the body of Araz.
What of him? Is this my business? Or would you like to see it settled?
Open the gateway.
As you wish. What would you like to take with you? I recommend grabbing it. I'll send the two of you back with whatever you can take.
I guess I'm dragging Persephone? No, Persephone, that's the right name.
Yeah,
It's been a
Persephone
while.
is wrapped
Dragon-
up all nice and neat.
Persephone's body, and I guess I'd take Araz too.
Yeah,
And,
you have a body bag and an unconscious man.
Is there like a convenient, nice piece of bark or something that I could make into a sled or a gurney?
Sure. I'll say if you ask Navi nicely, he peels off a nice piece.
Because I don't think this is like a bag of holding situation.
Yeah, likely not. Boy. You grab Persephone, you hold Araz by the shirt collar, and with that, Navi waves his hand and says, I'd recommend finding a new weapon in the meantime, while we try to sort this dilemma out.
I suppose there are more important things to be dealt with first.
Perhaps. But I don't imagine this is the end of the threats you might face. Arming yourself might be wise. Regardless.
More careful in Uncorral from now on.
Of course. I wish you luck. But for now, be gone. He waves his hand, and with that, everything you had with you is now outside, back in the bright middle of the city streets. You operate with a crack that echoes out into the roads as you see nearby guards start to look over to you and all of the interesting things you're holding. Drawing weapons, they begin to approach towards you. Hands up!
I'll, I guess, drop the bodies and raise my hands.
Stand up slowly. Put your hands behind your head.
I'm sorry, sir. Is there a problem?
We'll leave that to the investigator and Ramid. For now, just comply. And they're going to start walking up to you with handcuffs if you don't stop them.
This investigator. Have they already spoken to a half-halfling and a human with a mask covering half of his face?
That's not information for you to know.
It could be important.
Then I guess you'll find out when you ask him. And as soon as the...
I'm going to gesture to the two people.
Yeah, they look at the corpse and the unconscious man next to you. And
Perhaps it'd be better if I just came along with you, and then I can explain all of this.
you'll have plenty of time to explain this. They slap the cuffs on you. So I'd recommend starting now. Explain why you have a body, and they check Araz real quick. Still breathing. And a still breathing unconscious man with you.
That body is my dear friend Persephone. She was burned badly,
The guards in the background just kind of
attacked by a demon.
like herks a little bit. Kill someone's friend.
I brought her here to Ankarel to seek a powerful healer, someone who could return her to life.
We're going to have to hold you for a bit. We'll bring that along with us. And we will check the validity of your claim. If that's alright.
Please do.
If what you say is true, there's nothing to worry about.
But you should put cuffs on my friend Araz here as well. He's liable to run off on you, and he's also very important to your investigation.
Kind of look at each other and then nod and cuff Araz along with it. Let's go. They start walking. You follow along?
Are they letting me take the body?
They're carrying that. They have someone
Right.
taking care of that with a sled.
Great, I'll follow.
All right. Yeah, they're not going to leave the corpse in the middle of the room. They're also not marching straight to the crematorium with it, so you got that going for you. Either way, they march along, and eventually you'll find yourself at the Bastion of Ord.
Yay! Oh dear lord.
Boy, howdy. As we come back around to it, before Eric's arrives, with all that nonsense, nonsensically floating around, you, the two of you, find yourselves currently in the same condition you were left off in. But in a moment, you see one of the doors swing wide open, and walking through is a tiefling woman. Let me see if I can get a picture or not. I should be able to. Adorned with intricate face paints and long curled horns. It looks like a massive kind of intricate black robe with all sorts of arcane filigree and accessories accompanying them. You take easy note to assume this is the Archmage you have heard of. Bele. Alright. As she steps on in, her boots clomping against the ground, she walks up to Ramid and says, "So what is the meaning of this? I heard you called for me. Something urgent." And Ramid just kind of, still kind of trying to get the water off of him, or drying it out, just having a rag, I guess, just sitting on his shirt. He'll say, "It's these two. They came in earlier and they were claiming that they were assaulted, saying they practiced an interesting type of magic, and for that reason they were being pursued by an assassin from the... what was the group again? Looking to you, Fanzara.
Can't remember what it was I said.
Cerberus Assembly.
Yeah.
Cerberus Assembly.
Yeah, the assembly.
She says, "I see why you called me then." Walks over to you and looks at you, Eridanis. You're still kind of hog-tied backwards at the moment with the arcane handcuffs on you. She examines them and then casts a high-level dispulsion spell, and the handcuffs unlock from your wrists, freeing your hands finally after all this. She then walks up to Ramid and casts Prestidigitation, and he dries off. She takes a seat down and says, "You can sit up proper now to you, Eridanis." And she'll say, "So, let's get the exact details here. I definitely have some loose affiliation in the past with this Cerberus Assembly you speak of. If you've caught their ire, I'm very interested in knowing why. Powerful magics, I hear? Care to elaborate?"
More like probably something that they weren't supposed to have, and the fact that I have it has them running around like freaked out chickens. I'll glance at Eridanis.
He's gonna glance back at you. His shoulders. It's you thereafter at the end of the day, not me.
Just gonna look back at her and do a rather sheepish shrug, and while I'm saying Unamancy, and then do little jazz hands.
Smile cracks as she says, "No wonder they're after you. You've caught yourself an interesting situation, haven't you? How did you get a hold of such a magic? I don't imagine you were taught by the Harrryyyons."
No, it was in my dad's bag in, like, liquid form, I believe.
Kind of thanks to herself, looking at the sky for a moment. So the Cerberus Assembly is practicing trying to decipher dunamancy. Fascinating. In that case, you are no doubt a target of deep scrupulation, and I have no doubt that you'll be under attack again. Usually the Cerberus Assembly doesn't send assassins. They like to handle a lot of their business diplomatically. Though, it was discovered a while back, not too long ago, by one of the new headmasters of the academy there, that there was a secret organization known as the Volstrucker Program. A group of assassins that were being trained by one of the ex-professors, currently incarcerated. If I had to guess, I would say this is a vestige or vestigial lingering aspect of that program, leading me to wonder if this is an unaffiliated operative with the proper organization, or perhaps some individual interest. Usually the organization is not this sloppy. If they wanted you dead, it would have happened. Not like that.
I don't know.
Of course, you're just unfortunate enough to have stumbled upon this powerful magic. By coincidence, and nothing more. I am interested to hear more about this father of yours, as he was privy enough to own such a possession.
I mean,
do you know why?
He did work there, so I figure he was in contact with whoever was working on it.
Fascinating. I suppose this is why you locked the medicine drawer.
Yeah.
The Iron Hand is going to want to hear about this. Might even have to speak with Jaman. Alright. For now, obviously, you're going to want some afforded protection. If you're going to continue walking the city streets and not live in our barracks for a bit, which is an option if you want it.
I will take whatever you're willing to provide.
In that case, for now, I recommend staying out of any district too far from the Cerulean Palace, where guards start to get thinner and thinner. Any person you meet, any area you're in, could potentially pose a threat to you. For now, I can give you a one-way sending stone that should be able to communicate with me. If you send a message to me, we should be able to get to you in almost no time at all.
Okay.
Our response times can be quite quick, at least for the use of arcane assistance. I used to attend the academy back when I was younger, learning magic still. I was even invited to become a new Archmage of Antiquities for the Cerberus Assembly. However, I declined, as I saw my talents put to much more use with Jaman. This is interesting, though, with all the information that's been dug up by the Cobalt Soul about their organization. I feel like I've dodged a bullet.
Yeah, probably.
Though it seems that bullet is still hot fixed onto you. Alright. Perfect. She kind of pulls out the stone and hands it over to you. Then you're going to let me know if you're ever in danger. If there's a threat of arcane warding, that might prove some difficulty, but if the assassin decides to attack you again, they should allow you to contact us, though I have an idea. Do you think you could sneak an item onto someone successfully in the heat of combat? Or do you have someone that could?
Probably.
She hands you an arcane gemstone filigreed with gold and platinum. She says, if you're able, sneak this onto the assassin. If we're able to track them down, that might make this process a lot easier.
Alright.
If we can find them, we can root them out of the city and deal with them as soon as possible. If you do end up fighting them yourself, and I recommend staying in a large group instead of taking any leisurely night strolls, I would request that you do it non-lethally. We have a lot for them to answer, and if we kill them, there's a decent chance we don't get any answers at all. However, for all intensive purposes, you're going to have to act as bait. Said we have some way of tracking them down.
That
Once we can
should
find
not be
who they
that
are
hard.
and what they're affiliated with, we might be able to do something about it. I appreciate your cooperation and honesty up to this point. As that's being said, a guard walks through the door, carrying what looks like an unconscious man, another guard following him after him with Eric's behind, currently handcuffed, the both of them. You see Araz and Eric's both cuffed, and kind of the guard stops the and says, "Is it a bad time, Ramid?" And Ramid says, "Of course it is. Get out of here."
But no, wait a minute. Those are my friends, sorry.
Kind of looks over to you and then back to the guards. What is the meaning of this? Eric, you just entered the room. Currently cuffed. But Ramid is currently looking around after asking this question with an angry look on his brow.
I can explain everything.
Oh, dear God. Get in and take a seat. Guards, station outside. They immediately follow orders. Erix, you find yourself sat down, a chair just a bit away from your friends currently. And an archmage sitting on the other end of the room who is just
What have they done with
quietly examining it
with
now.
2 bodies?
Persephone is being kept outside at the moment, and they didn't want to dump a corpse onto Ramad's desk quite yet. And Araz is currently unconscious, sitting against the wall, handcuffed. Oh, dear goodness. Someone get him healing.
I'd prefer if you didn't.
And why is that? I haven't gotten an explanation yet.
He tried to kill me.
Huh?
Looks over to
Him?
Belay.
But
What
on
is it?
good authority, i.e. his own beak, that he was the one who sent assassins to kill you 2.
Leia smiles and says, "Oh, so the trail continues. Fascinating. Well, this makes the process a lot easier."
I'm glad to see you're alright, Fenzira, Eridanis.
Meritana sitting here stabbed and slashed and bleeding.
Ramid's gonna look over, I guess.
That's how I envision Eridanis most of the time.
Yeah, likely.
You're not wrong, actually. You're not wrong.
Belay is going to look over to the two of you and say, "Well, you can verify this then? That this figure can be trusted enough?"
Who, Eric?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of looks over to Ramid and tilts her head, and Ramid walks over and, fine, takes the cuffs off of you. A little bit of fidgeting, but they come off easy. And
I just want to
He
double
says-
check real quick in character. I'm gonna pinch Eric's ear and pull it a little bit to make sure it's actually him and not
I was gonna use this. Apparently, is rubbing off.
They look
Already
over to
had
you.
a terrible afternoon.
Sorry,
Look
just
over
had
to
to
you
make sure.
The Archmage says, "If you're worried," kind of walks up to you, Erix, and casts the spell magic on you.
I mean, which one of my magical effects does it hit?
Any illusion magic that might be on your person.
I don't think there's any.
Alright, then you're fine.
Oh, we're good
There.
then. Alright. Just making sure.
Verification. Of course. That's the kind of caution that's going to keep you safe in these times. Now, if all of you would like to just have a nice chat with each other, we'll just sit here and listen in. You can pretend like we're not here. She kind of goes back to her seat and just sits back with her hands behind her head.
Very well.
Okay. So do you want to explain what happened? I mean, you did,
After
but like...
I'd left the casino, you mean?
Sure, yeah.
I went for a walk. I wasn't really heading in any direction. I just wanted to get away from that place. Clear my head. Think a little. Seemed a bit brash to throw your life away with it. And I'm not even sure what kind of creature that was. A demon of some sort.
Hate to burst your bubble there, buddy, but it already kind of happened. But anyway, carry on.
And then he kept adding more and more stipulations. That's besides the point. After I'd left, I went through a walk around the city. I headed down to the ridge. I stopped at another temple on the way, though no one else able to help us. I met a blacksmith down in the ridge, who was a very friendly Triton, if you can believe it. And he told me some things about a group called the Ashari. They sound very similar to my Gaudrashari, and they're from a nearby island. But that's not relevant right now. What we need to focus on is this. I eventually did make my way back towards the casino to find out what you had gotten up to. I heard talk on the street of an attack. I walked past this very guard outpost. When I went back to the casino, I asked them if they'd seen you. All three of you, that was. They pointed me out into the streets. I went to the inn, the Dragonborn there, said you were attacked by a woman with brown hair, tattoo on her arm.
Yep.
Whoever she was, it seems she was working for Araz. Or they were working for the same master.
That sucks really bad because I sent him to go looking for you and you stormed off because I figured it would be faster because he could, fly over the buildings to see you, but...
He found me just as soon as I'd left the tavern. At first, I thought nothing of it. I asked him where you'd gone off to. He acted all innocent, trying to lead me back to the Cerulean Palace. We went down a side alley, and then I got a psychic attack. That's when I knew.
Well... Not great. Not great at all.
Zaya's going to say, and how were you able to apprehend this individual?
Well, I used my trusty staff, as it were, and hit him incredibly hard. Although I did give him plenty of opportunities to try and turn himself in, or explain his actions away, he seemed keen on continuing to fight until the last breath.
Sam would love you. All right. She says, then I suppose we should take care of this individual is put into a proper holding facility. Somewhere we can limit teleportation or any types of magic. Though for now, I suppose...
His magic is quite powerful.
Yes,
Be
for
careful.
sure.
I saw him teleport right out of my magical vine restraints.
Fortunately, I believe for now my magic should be stronger. But, of course, he could pull some tricks. I think while we transport him, our tactic should be... We could tie his beak and arms. I should do something, blindfold him.
Do you mind if we look over his belongings? There may be further clues as to who sent him.
I suppose we won't need any of them, but we should give them all a thorough investigation before handing them over to you. After they're done, though, we would likely repurpose them and sell them off, but if you're interested in anything he has in particular, then we'll be down for negotiations.
I'm more interested in any clues that could tell us who tried to kill us.
We have our hunch, but yeah, I suppose.
Very well. Let's go ahead and see what he has. Kind of strips off any magical items he has, and then his backpack, and puts them on the ground. I'll go ahead and post his inventory in the chat.
Yeah, looted, you idiot.
It's mandatory. You gotta.
These are all his possessions.
All his worldly possessions, not even a letter to his wife and kids.
I don't got
Oh my
those, but I'm sorry to say.
Ooh, what are these?
If there's
He
any item.
immediately takes his ham and egg sandwich.
I want that stone. Yoink.
Excuse me. What is that mage plate cloak, I wonder?
When I
ham and-
yoink the stone.
oh, yes. Ham and egg sandwich, some oil to wash it down with.
Oh, God.
My friends, it is not over.
I mean, I would take a look inside his map and scroll cases and those papers that he got to see if there's anything written on them.
Oh, good.
Let's see. I don't suppose there's anything else of use here. I'm guessing is the book blank, or is it just
Yeah, it's an empty book.
Or carries around an empty book for appearances.
Roz, what was that if you'd like to share?
Listen, I didn't think that far ahead.
Alright, it's an empty book. It's fond pictures of his beloved wife and kids. Can you even believe those are real?
mage plate cloak? Our realm shard.
Like Balea said, if you would like, you could inquire about any of the items, and then after they're done with their investigation, they'll talk to you about perhaps purchasing some of them back for a very cheap price.
What is... The mage plate cloak is what he's wearing, right? Or that's his main... That's what he's mostly wearing. Okay.
To describe it, I believe it's a cloak interlined with armor. Yeah, it's a cloak fitted with chain and metal that seem to be enchanted with some sort of abjuration magic. With an identified spell, you could figure out more. Balea is more than willing to help with that, however, in this instance.
Please?
You ask her to help?
Nope.
Okay.
I would like to ask about the mage plate cloak.
Alright. She'll kind of take the cloak and say, interesting. Cast investigation on it, or in whatever fucking the spell's called. Identify. She says, fascinating. It seems to be some sort of protective cloak, allowing you to cast some warding magics. Probably more of a precaution than anything that might help us with our investigation, but we still need to keep everything and check it over before we hand anything off. There's the description fully.
Zahara, you're gonna like this one.
Probably.
You inquire about the stone, Fanzira, as I see in your chat. She looks at it and says, this is an Ioun stone. A powerful magical enchantment stone. This one specifically helps you keep face. These are quite rare. For reference, it's +2 charisma.
Heck yeah.
way. She says, I guess, Eric's, you're the one who mentioned looking through his scroll cases, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to do that?
I would like to do that.
All right. Go ahead and make me an investigation check with the advantage. There's no one really stopping you or making this difficult, so you can take your time.
I would love to.
Oh, wow. That's the second time we've seen Thomas this session. Probably more, honestly, but either way. As you investigate through, you see multiple blank kind of quills and parchments. It seems like this is a mail delivery bird, first and foremost. But most of his letters were either fake or already delivered by the time you met him. A lot of unwritten parchment, perhaps to write his, I don't know, his like manifesto or whatever once he was done killing you guys. And what you do pick up
Who
with
are all these people that these letters are addressed to? I see Weena.
Oh my god.
Seymour Butts. These can't be real names.
As you investigate, your keen eye is able to spot a difference in the look. You notice that one of the cases seems to be empty, and the cap of the case is marked with a red crescent moon. Very lightly stamped into the interior.
Oh.
Oh,
Have you seen this red crescent moon before?
no, but guess who has?
You can make a history check with disadvantage, but your party members seem to have a sign of recognition out of character. Eridanis steals the ham and egg sandwich. She kind of just shrugs and doesn't stop you from taking that. You don't remember it, but it's an interesting
It's laced
detail.
with fentanyl.
Oh my god.
Does anyone recognize this red symbol?
Uh,
I'll show it to the group, including the Archmage.
We've seen it. It's almost we've seen it before last session.
She says, I
Vaguely.
can't
Just,
say I recognize this.
But I believe we do. Heard I also say
Oh.
looking to Fenzira.
Is this a detail that
Wonder
you
if we
believe
should-
will help us with our investigation? Or do you think this is an unimportant detail?
Eridanis will quickly telepathically communicate to Fenzira. Now, do we really wish to get into this matter here? Hold on, nerd. This was stamped where again? I just want to be sure.
On the interior cap of one of his scroll cases. Seems like there was a letter that was delivered.
Basically, your boy was getting messages from whoever this is.
Or delivering a
And
message to them.
Decided that now would be a good time to kill all of us. So, I mean, do what you will with that information.
it's hard to say what the best course of action here could possibly be because we don't know what's written inside of it. But, you know,
I'm really tempted to crack it open and see what
Hey,
messages our friends
there
in the consortium
is-
have.
There is no message in it.
It's
Specifically
it
what
was
I
just-
said,
yeah.
it was he
It was
delivered
empty.
something.
it was already delivered.
Yes, this was
Okay.
delivered.
Perhaps some questions are in store then for our friends in the basement if they haven't cleared out and disappeared.
Our acquaintances.
That telepathically?
Yeah, telepathically.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Then this isn't.
I would also say this, I guess, out loud. No, this matter is tangential, even if that's
I'd like to incite both
doesn't
of you.
matter.
Eridanis, okay, here's what we're gonna say. Normally this would be the help action, Eridanis, you make the deception check. But we're just gonna say Fenzira is not very good at keeping a straight face, so it's just a
I don't
normal.
think either of
I
them
am
are,
not good at.
honestly.
Not right
I
now.
have a-
Pretending and hawing, and then
How
Eridanis
about this?
stares at
Eridanis-
Fenzira for a few seconds.
Eridanis rolls deception, you roll insight, Eric's.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Poetry, early. Sometimes things just work out.
Balea definitely realizes some, like, you know what? Hold on. We gotta have her roll, right? I mean, that's...
Yeah, we got it. I mean, she's standing here watching us.
shockingly not her talent, so...
Oh my gosh. Surely she can beat out a...
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's her talent, alright.
I think it's her talent. I think she should reconsider a career as a bullshit detector.
She looks over the other end of the room and sees the Eric's and Eridonis having a mental staring contest with one another after Fenzyra and Eridonis had a silent staring contest with each other for about 4 minutes.
Wasn't that long?
I wouldn't have looked at him, but you know, he was staring at me, and I was making weird faces.
It would have been some side eye at most.
You don't think an archmage recognizes telepathic communication when they see it?
Yeah, she probably does.
She says, "All right. In that case, I suppose then we should stick to the original plan, yes?"
Yes, yes.
This friend of yours. Yes, oh. You're welcome. Your friend here is being pursued by what we believe to be a Volstrucker, a high elite and mostly defunct assassin from the Cerberus Assembly. However, we believe they might be an independent operative, working for some private interests, perhaps Ikathon, or, at the very least, more interested in their own endeavors. We don't believe this is the organization's doing. If the Cerberus Assembly wanted something like this to happen, we wouldn't have heard about it. But regardless, your friend here has been given an item. If they can stash it onto this assassin, should the assassin attack you again, we should be able to investigate further, figure out where they're hiding, and hopefully weed them out. As well, I gave them a sending stone that would allow them to communicate with me directly. Should they use it in a time of strife, we should be able to respond quickly.
So let me get this straight. If an assassin attacks our group for the second time, you want us to just let them go?
So long as you can get that item on them. But if you decide that you want to attack them, defend yourself, be my guest. But I request that you knock them out instead of killing them if you can. However you choose to defend yourself is your choice, but if they're an assassin worth their salt, if they feel like they're threatened, they'll probably get away. This is a way to ensure they can't run. At least without us knowing where they go.
So
Does this plan suit you?
Cerberus Assembly Volstrucker agents.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know why they attacked?
See, that's the tricky part. We aren't sure what the details of their incursion could currently be. Unfortunately, it's going to be hard to determine one way or another. But hopefully we can get some details out with this feathered fellow here. Through some rigorous interrogation.
I wish you the best of luck.
Yes, let's say he will not be getting a state-appointed lawyer for this.
Even staring down the face of an archfiend, he seemed unrattled.
Going to put what you just said aside for a moment.
Please do.
For the time being, you should get back to your business. Act as if nothing happened when you came here. Back on your own, continuing whatever you were doing before this. Get into whatever trouble you please.
We were trying to resurrect our dead friend. That body just outside.
Kind of says, that's interesting business. Well, I'll leave it to you how you choose to pursue that, but if you're interested, I'm sure we could look around for some sort of option to help you.
We had followed up several leads promising in the city.
Hmm.
The Star Silver Halls were out of supplies and unable to perform such acts.
Yes, that would be the recent disappearance of the Skyport captain.
Just looking up the names of the places, 1 second. I also stopped by the Celestial Terrace, and the priestess there offered a resurrection with a cost. Our friend wouldn't be the same after they returned to us. They'd be in a different body. Our final option was our business at the casino, and that didn't work out very well.
Well, I would have to look into it some more, but I'm sure I could find some sort of lead for you to follow, a rabbit hole for you to pursue, though I don't know how much time you would have left.
Very little.
How much time do we have left?
Let's see. Looking at the calendar here. You have until the next full Rudis, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days away.
We have 6 days, and after that, our time is run out.
Well, I'll see what I can do, and if you are able to find something, good for you. And if I can find something first, I'll let you know. These resources are always at your backs, so long as you're willing to do us some favors.
I'm gonna look to see what Fanzira's expression is with all of this information being out in there.
I'm very faintly annoyed. Because I'm thinking to all the random bets that I made inside the casino. But I'm trying to keep my composure because we're in front of very important people.
Leia says, you have some business that you need to attend to, I'm sure. We'll talk more about this at a different time, yes? For now, you're relieved. Carry on with your business, and kind of looks over to Ramen. Ramen says, and this should go without saying, but just because we're working side by side does not give you full exemption from the law.
For sure.
So try to keep your noses out of too much trouble.
Well, we can only avoid some potential problems, but...
Either way.
Obviously.
To keeping the city safe.
You may want to send some soldiers to the Cobalt Soul headquarters. That's where we met this one.
It's a good idea, then. I'll go there myself, Leia says, and I will go talk to the Iron Hand. Key him in on the investigation, figure out what we can, and... well, with any luck, this assassin should fall right into our hands. Either way, you all may leave whenever you please. The guards outside will let you go, considering you don't have cuffs on, and your friend here will be taken care of. If you're interested in any of his possessions, come back around here tomorrow, and we'll have given them the look over.
Alright.
I'm starting less and less to believe in luck and more in affirmative action.
Up. Walk out.
I'll get up and follow.
Alright. Erdonis, do you stay?
Nope, I'm following, staggering along.
You all walk outside and see on a nearby bench Persephone's body is currently, laid.
Why did you... Please explain this.
Raz destroyed my sword, so I have no longer any access to Naviask's dimension.
That's lovely.
Either take her with us or leave her out of reach for the foreseeable future.
Gonna inspect and make sure that it's still, magically protected.
Yeah. I'd say with a brief inspection, you're able to ascertain. Nothing's changed.
So what? We're just gonna have to carry her around with us?
Well, I think I've carried her quite enough. Perhaps it's your turn.
Okay. Good luck to me with that. My arms are very weak, but I will try.
That's why I brought the sled.
You mentioned we're still inside, or are we outside?
You're outside, so you're in the streets now. Few eyes are focused on you as you did just walk out after everything that had happened, but for the most part, you have privacy to talk.
I mean, you mentioned the deals that we made. You realize that regardless of if we do that with him or not, we still have to do him favors, right?
Yep. Such are terms.
Staring at Eric's, biting my lip, waiting for his response.
They're foolish terms, and you should not be forced to uphold them.
We already
One
played
cannot
the game.
change the terms of an agreement after they are made.
Adonis gives a smile. Thinking on it. Cheating a devil, you say?
It's not cheating. I believe the agreement was you'd play until you ran out of bullets. He didn't allow you to shoot yourself, so you owe him nothing in return.
Regardless, he still offered us a revival. So... And you're speaking about Adonis's bets that he made. I also pitched in, so...
I'm not sure you got anything in return for your offer.
It's not what I'm getting. It's the fact that I've already have to do favors.
Has he paid you?
Points at Persephone.
Then you owe him nothing.
But, oh my god, I'm getting a little bit livid here. Anyway, crap. Start walking.
If you think a deal with a demon is the best way to return Persephone to life, I won't stand in your way. But I believe in a city as large as this one, we're bound to find plenty of healthier alternatives.
Well, she didn't list out which one it was that she was going to do, so as far as I'm concerned, that one is going to put Persephone in a different body as well.
How committed are you to your friend?
About as committed as I am to dragging this entire sled by myself back to the casino and potentially getting jumped.
You think that that's the way she would want to be brought back?
Do you want to ask her?
I'm sure one of the clerics around here can perform such a rite.
Cool, we can make a pit stop then, I guess. Since you're very, very adamant on not just letting me pick.
I suppose he is only concerned for you, at the end of the day, behind that brusque demeanor.
I get that. I've had a very, very long day.
You should have one of these. Eridon's going to pull out a Mist Fuzz Tuber Square. He's already, after having already eaten one, along with his hollow, he's eating all of these.
He's had his dessert. You see Erdonis has mixed together lemon squares, ice cream with beans, and a donut onto the same bowl.
I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna eat it, and I'm gonna talk while I'm eating it, and go, at the end of the day, if she really did love me, she would be perfectly fine with whatever option that I pick.
Erdonis going to
Go
look
now?
expectantly at Eric's.
At the end of the day, you should find a different tavern to stay at.
Oh, no shit.
Ooh, taverns. I got a list.
Ooh, let's hear it.
All right. If you ask the locals, there's a few options you could consider.
Oh, yes. I do hope we don't disturb them too much with these 3 goons carrying a burnt chicken nugget of a body.
3 goons that
What's the next tavern window you're gonna smash up?
We need to go to like the less expensive taverns, so we.
Oh, okay, that's
We're
good to know.
For 2 right now.
So the tavern options you have, there's so if you're really going for the less expensive taverns, there's a side street you could stay at called the Back Alley.
That sounds like we're gonna get jumped. Pass on that one. Next one.
Ijari's Whetstone. It's in the Alluvium district, and it's a hostel. Pretty.
That's so far away.
That seems like a 3-day walk.
It's also a pretty low-income housing environment, unfortunately.
Look, that wouldn't normally mind. I
I'll
don't
mark
mind.
it on the map later, but I would say it's probably around the wall.
I don't mind the sound of like arcane fire alarms going off. But either way, or smoke detectors. Either way, next option.
It's a pretty rough place. The next is the Golden Chip Casino. They provide lodging.
Are there any in the Ridge?
The Ridge. Ooh, that would be the Back Alley.
What's the closest one other than the one we were at?
Your options from that point forward, continue on the list. The Harried Mongoose, which is in the River District. A nice place, not too far off from the Steam Gardens. Pretty chill, all things considered, not too far from Crooks. The next, which is actually pretty close to you, the closest would be the Step Aside Tavern, which is in the Circlet Walk. It's a comfortable living quarters. It's right down here, past the International District.
Oh, I think the Ridge is closer. I'll say that for transparency's sake, I guess.
Otherwise,
perhaps we could find some place to stay in the Ridge. That made a rather good impression on the locals there.
I will say lastly, before while everyone's thinking, the last option you have, which is very, very close, is the Lap of the Gods, which is a resort. Right in the Cerulean Palace. Right around, I would say, probably somewhere here.
Oh, I somehow doubt they're going to let us in.
The corpse? And that's those are your options. Besides that, there's obviously the First Eclipse, which you've been to, and then there might be some choices over in the Sigil District.
If we're going to get attacked again by another assassin, I'd rather it be somewhere that doesn't mind getting a little rough and tumbled.
There's probably also less guards there if something does happen, but whatever.
I will say, as well, you can also sleep in the Shade. Though that's not exactly an inn. You can just sleep there at night if you pay.
We could go there.
It's more of an eatery, but, they do, on occasion, allow people rest those spots.
What are the two of you feeling like?
I'm feeling like I'm gonna leave this one up to you because I have my thing that I'm gonna make my choice on, and you've got yours, so.
Erdon's going to cough, and a small splurt of blood comes from some wound on him. I think
Well,
I
that
think
costs
whichever
one
place
too.
is closest.
I'm gonna heal you for 10. Pat you on the back. Congratulations, you're the owner of 11 hit points.
He's gonna wipe his mouth. I think whichever place is closest. I'm trying to remember if the casino had any.
Yeah, the casino does have lodging.
It'll be super overpriced though. You know how it is.
The lodging is very commonly for high-paying customers if they want to, keep on going on a roll.
And it's right across the street from where I got
Yeah,
jumped.
from where we got jumped. At least the muscle there is pretty decent. Oh well.
Like, to lay out your options for the cheaper, more like considered ones. If you went to the step aside, that would be like the best for just a general guard presence because it's pretty close to the Cerulean Palace and Sigil district, and it's in a district that's fairly nice. The Circlet Walk is commonly patrolled. The Suncup Bazaar is decently low income, pretty dangerous, but the Shade is not a bad place at all. It's just that it's not really an inn. And you might
I
be
don't
paying
think we're
extra to
really
stay there.
we're not really looking down the list of like high income, low income neighborhoods. We're more thinking along the lines of like what's gonna have good food, comfortable beds, and
Well,
won't
then
have us be attacked right away.
Then those are your two options, beside going to the Sigil district and praying that there's something there.
Step aside
Great
tavern
choices.
it is.
Great
Tavern
choices.
it is.
Let's go.
It's all in agreement?
Yes.
The Step Aside Tavern. I'll get everything ready to go. But before we get there, we're going to go ahead and take a short break so I can quickly go get some food in mouth.
Yes.
So, 5 minutes. Be back.
Oh shoot.
So
For
how's it
the
going?
artists. Oh, pretty good.
What? What are you saying? Artists? What?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. For the artists in here, I could use some advice. I guess more graphic design actually than strictly artist. Although
That's fine. What's up?
I'm trying to figure out where to put the title for this bit of cover arts that I had commissioned.
Let me see, fam.
Yeah. I guess I'll post it in art, but I'll delete it afterwards. Don't want non-game stuff cluttering this place.
You do have your other one from before in there.
Where? Ah, shoot.
What title do you need?
Here it is. I guess I was trying to fit in this title. I'm also trying to find where in this space I can put a volume subtitle, like Volume 1, and then a little title or something. Or even just Volume 1.
Depending on how big you want it, you could have it in either the top left or top right corner, or you could like wedge it in the bottom left if it's small
Bottom
enough.
left. Mm-hmm.
If it's small,
I would also take that main title, God Within Us, and I would put all the text on the same plane, so like all the same height, and then just make it like a really tall font so that it takes.
I was trying to figure out how to lengthen things in GIMP.
Or you could scoot it up so that the word God is above her foot, and then Within Us is underneath the feet, and then Us is over to the side. So.
I would do tall font just because I think that would look a little cleaner.
I think it would look a little cleaner as well. I probably also have to shrink it, make it horizontally, make it
Volume 1 like in really small font along the top. I think that would work.
Along the very top. Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can do a quick mock-up.
I'm gonna do it right now, actually, since we have some time. Within Us. There we are.
Also, now that I know how my aura works, I feel like I could 1v1 Navias can win.
Wait, why?
Don't do that.
Resistance, baby.
Da-da-da-da-da. Gotta get this bitch off my screen.
Well, that's not very kind.
Roz isn't here anymore.
Demon Sephany.
Wow.
Like they needed another demon in their life.
Get
Look, I
over
feel like now that you have Eridonis in your company, so really everything that follows is pretty tame.
here. Not gonna change the picture just yet, just in case.
You got a hot minute before you need to change that.
I have it ready, but
Do a little content
Let's see,
aware show.
how do we make
Do that.
text taller?
I'm probably gonna have to merge it into a flat layer, not
Yeah.
a text layer, and then
Yeah.
which is gonna be rough if you don't have a way to transform that layer into a vector, because then it's gonna get all
There should be
pixelated.
like text properties somewhere that you can just adjust without having to do any of that.
If there isn't, though, you're gonna have to do it with the long line. It's gonna suck. Because GIMP is different than a lot of the things that I've used, so.
Well, I don't want to pay for the Adobe Suite anymore, so GIMP it is.
Alright, let's see what we can do here. Guess I can share my screen.
I can't say that on stream.
Say what on stream? You can always pause it.
No, I can't. I can't pause the stream.
Well, you guys can comment, but the stream will not know what's happening.
See.
God within us, and then we want big text.
I think you should
Oh.
put another S right in front of us.
And then what kind of font we want here?
This was, I think, in fog lighting.
I don't know what that is, so we're gonna
Yeah.
go with best for example purposes, I suppose.
What's that one called?
Mongolian Balti?
Mongolian Balti. I see. It's giving Evangelion vibes. I don't know why.
It
I think
is.
it's a little too narrow. I want to thicken it up some.
Holding?
not
Oh,
that.
holding it seems too much.
Yeah. I could do something a little bit better here.
It's actually reminding me of Star Wars for some reason.
That's got to be a little taller than that. Ooh, I don't hate that. Just make it a bit bigger, maybe.
I also need to look into embossing. I've embossed the text, but I feel like it's not very noticeable nor very significant at the end of the day. Let's see. A chicken.
Oh boy, a ping and a chuckle. No. Eating some fried shrimpkin. Is anyone AFK at the moment?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Alrighty. In that case, I guess we can get right back to it, can't we?
Yes,
All right.
indeed.
So, to pick up where we were. Your group is heading to the Step Aside Tavern, yes?
Sure am.
I need to do a little bit of thing. Step aside. Do. Get your tokens down on the map, and then I'll drag you to it. It'll take you a bit to get there, so you'll be arriving around the nighttime.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me a few seconds. I'm realizing something is missing from this map, and that simply won't do.
Oh.
I'll put this in out of character so that it's not cluttering the art chat.
Of course. Ooh, nice. I like the backdrop. Yeah, you have a little bit of time while I'm getting everything sorted here, so...
I don't know if that's
So
better or worse or what, but
Does indeed look like a movie poster.
does it look like a book cover?
Oh, drop shadow.
Just a duplicated layer with a lower opacity.
Mm.
I just cheated it.
Well, I look forward to reading it, potentially.
Mr. Nerd Patrol.
Yes.
When is
Should be
the
ready
local
now.
paper published?
Every turn of the week. So the next one will be published on the 6th of Quinpilar, which is right after Persephone's death day.
Death the day.
Well, you didn't get a newspaper for this week yet.
I did.
I was on a Roz's corpse, but it was
But that was last week's. That was we got.
It's
here.
been a day.
It's been a couple of days.
huh? No, that should have been for this week. Okay, but I realize now how that was confusing, actually. Well, hold on, let me... You're right, you got that... When did you get that? The 27th?
Yeah, we got that the first time we got here,
You're right. Okay.
which would have been like the 26th, I think. 25th.
Shucks. Let's say that their schedule was slightly delayed and a little funky, shall we?
I feel like there should be another newspaper though. It's a paper company. They gotta be on time.
Let's
Hot off the press
let's
and
just say
everything.
they were just this was a fluke, you know, right as you guys were showing up. Their next paper will be the 6th of Quinpilar. That's when it's coming. That's what you know.
So in 2 weeks.
Yes.
It's a bi-weekly paper.
No, it's not. It's just this week it was a little delayed. That's all. No interesting news this week, believe it or not.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I think there might be one or two things.
Will get your paper when you get your paper, mister.
Look, he's an old man. He wants his newspaper.
He wants the Snoopy comic at the back.
Oh god. Hold on, I gotta quickly do something here. Wow, these are some names. It's gonna get like these are some wild ass names. I'll just save this for after session. Oh my god. Give a name. Gotta make my random NPCs. Cool. Alright, we are golden. Let me get your tokens down and we'll drag you to the map. God. Darkness. Closing in. I almost dragged Persephone's token onto the screen.
Oh my god.
3 weeks to prepare a session and no new newspaper.
You got your one newspaper, you glutton. You glutton
Didn't
for
have a
news.
map for Navies's Den either.
True, that one I seceded that one.
Dragging.
Just taking shifts, pulling the sled at this
No,
point.
I'm doing it. He told me to do it, so I'm doing it.
right.
If you wanna do the demon resurrection, I won't stop you, but you are gonna have to do it yourself. This tavern seems a little nicer. They have outdoor seating.
Yay. I'm gonna get some muscles after this, I swear to God.
It'll do you some good.
I guess I can post this. now, hold on. I can post the suspicious DM from earlier. Eridonis? Damn, Eridonis is gone. Oh, you're here. Okay, just make sure you're
right here.
I had to make sure you were conscious because I saw your token wasn't moving.
I have some problems. Give me a sec. There we go.
Keep straight out of Dragon.
You see me still slowly pulling the
Yeah.
buttons.
Yeah,
As you enter in, you
let me
notice
help
they,
her. Let me help you.
You notice a fire genasi currently sweeping the floors and cleaning up, almost done for the night. So he sees you walk and he looks over and says,
Wait a minute. Should we?
"Hello there."
You didn't cover the corpse thing, did you?
No, it's already covered. You're just dragging a sled with a large blanket on it and a strange lump.
Well, while they're making a commotion back there, I'm gonna go up to him and I'll say, "Could we get a couple of rooms for the night?"
You caught me right before I was going to close. Yeah, I could get you something. 5 gold a room, or for the night, I suppose, for each of you.
That's a bit steep. Well, I suppose
If you would
it's fine.
like, we have a basement room. It's cheaper, but not the best accommodations.
We'll take it.
Alright, in that case, you should only bother paying me, I'll just say 5 silver for now. For each of you.
I'll pay him, I guess, 15 silver.
Alright? Yep. No,
Not-
it's a little
100
extra.
198.
And that is the correct
15,
price, you're right.
183? Is that right?
It's the correct amount of silver. I don't know what else you're mathing.
I was
Here's
doing
up.
198 minus 15,
Why?
because I had a lot of silver.
Oh, fair enough. Alright. He says, follow along.
Scraping a noise
go
off the
behind the
wood
counter.
against the ground.
You see You might have trouble bringing your sled down here. You might want to leave that out back.
Mm.
You may have to carry her.
Her?
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
My friend here is very, very tired.
I see.
Slip of the tongue.
If you would like, you could lay it on that bale of hay over there. That little patch should be fine. You could leave it outside, but I can't promise the dog won't get into whatever you're holding on to.
Let's just take it with us.
Very well. It's going to be tricky, but suit yourself. He pulls away a large wolfskin rug, and you see under it this massive trapdoor he opens up. The ladder going down.
Ladder.
Well, let me check. I might be wrong. Hold on. It is a staircase, actually.
Okay.
It's a little easier.
I'll take a peek down there and use my Jewel of 3 prayers to light the space up so I can see what's in there.
It's already a well-lit space, and it seems decently safe. There's no assassins waiting for you down there.
That's just like
What do
a
you think?
standard cellar underneath a tavern, or
Yeah, pretty much. You see a lot of storage barrels, grain, wicker baskets. Looks like a small table with what looks like some food and silverware and an open book already on it, and a bed laying on a bale of hay with a nice divider for privacy.
how much did you say the proper rooms were?
5 gold each.
I think those might be better suited to our needs.
Fair enough. All right then.
I will pay the man.
In that case, he lets you go upstairs instead.
Oh.
Still the same dilemma, but it's easier to push it up than it is to pull it down. So
I'd have to like be on the front end and very slowly, carefully.
let me get the step aside tavern upper floor ready, real quick. I had to I'm like hot swapping between maps here.
I'm afraid he's gonna be bankrupt after a couple more of those.
Oh no.
5 gold from your pile of 4,000 untaxable incomes. So you guys make it up the stairs?
This is untaxed. It doesn't go into the party loot.
Let's just say he'll follow you and he'll tell you what room you have to go to, but either way, I'm not going to just open the map for now. As you're here, he'll point you to these 2 rooms over here and say, "These should suit your accommodations."
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh.
I'll open the door for Fanzira just so they can get in easier. Like a gentleman.
What? Eh.
Would you like one of us to stay with you in case more of those Volstruckers show up?
I will leave that up to you. I don't feel like I need the babysitting. I guess I have a thing, but
I'm gonna side-eye Adonis. If I
trying
could
to-
telepathically communicate, you know what I'd say.
Ardon's going to turn off his night lights. You see here. Actually, he's going to keep it on for now. I don't think there's any... Oh, there are candles here. It's going
Right.
to go here.
weren't you trying to tell me earlier that they were gonna use you or something?
That's why he's going to look out the window and peer around.
All right.
Are there curtains on this window?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think so.
Blinding radiance from where I am.
You have
I
some.
need to turn this off. Hold on, give me a sec. Light radius 0. Boom.
The light of God. Well, I mean, Eric, you should also turn off your light because Miss Breaker is disposed
It's
of.
gone.
I don't think I have a light on.
You currently do have a light on your token.
Oh, I do.
Say
what's
what?
the radius on the Jewel of 3 Prayers here?
I'll turn on your guys' candle because you're.
Oh,
you're in here.
yeah, the candle. Okay. Just turn off my other light.
I'm gonna put the slip leg right here at the end of the bed, and I'm gonna grab the pillow and I'm gonna move it to this side, and I'm gonna have my head over here near it, so that way, just in case something happens, I can make sure nobody's gonna mess with the dead body. I'm very protective.
All right. You know what? We're going to take an extra precaution. Is this a shelf or like a closet?
It's like a wardrobe.
Okay, does this door open inwards before I do this?
Inward?
I
No.
wanna
What
block
direction to the
This
start?
door. I want to see if I can't
Oh.
block this door out.
Oh,
This
okay. I'd say
doorway.
yeah. It will open. It would hit the wardrobe if it opened inward. So I'd say it opens outward.
You know what? That would actually still be good. Okay, we're gonna push this wardrobe in front of the doorway here. So if they open the door, at least we get like 1 more second of time before anything happens. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have something on me as well.
Man, speed reading.
I am going to take. Okay, hear me out. There is a door handle on this side of the room,
Hmm.
correct?
Yes.
I am going to. I think I have a drained Earth's value bottle or something on me. Some kind of a bottle. I am going to take a rope, tie it to the door, tie it to the doorknob, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to take the other end of that rope, tie it to some kind of an object that will make a lot of noise if it falls.
Of course. I bet you put you put your bottle on top of the wardrobe.
Or somewhere, yeah, so that if somebody tries to open the door,
Yeah, it'll
the
pull the
bottle will
bell lever.
fall and wake us
Sure.
up. Because I don't have the alarm spell on me. I'm doing like the squatter alarm system.
Yeah, I was about to say the Muggles alarm spell.
Hey, right now I'm basically a muggle. All I've got on me is I'm a muggle with a gun.
You have a gun?
Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
I'm a muggle with a finger gun.
I mean, you have 3 dynamite sticks.
Technically, they also have a gun because they have Persephone's body.
True. I'm a monkey with a shotgun and an
my
Eldritch Blast in
God.
his finger.
You can
And a
go
suicide
through,
vest.
You can go through that bar
So-
and get all our good stuff if you need.
So a few things as we're laying down for the night. First, I guess Eridanis and Finzyre, is there anything you guys want to talk about or do before you go to bed?
Erdonis is gonna lie down after setting up his alarm system the other
Mhm.
way, I suppose, so he can sit up immediately and start shooting into the doorway.
Meanwhile, I'm like poised to look at the window.
Eridanis is ready for smoke. Both of you are, I guess. Oh my god.
Erdonis is going. I guess he's just gonna lie down in bed and look up at the ceiling, not really feeling like he's gonna say loud like, I don't feel like studying the stars tonight.
Yeah, it's been a rather rough day.
He's gonna look over at Finzyre. As I've said before, Eric's only cares. That's why I think he has his reservations about our dealings with, oh god, what was his name here?
It was
Darby?
Darby.
I suppose that's why he has his reservations with Darby.
I appreciate his concerns for my safety. However, I'm of the mind that it's still something that I'm going to have to deal with, regardless of if I go through with letting him revive Persephone. So,
Paradox is going to give a nod before looking back up. Hmm. I'm sure Persephone wouldn't mind. I think she'd much rather be alive than still sitting in her current states. Or resurrected as a rodent. Or some kind of desert snake. Or whatever such things roam around in this desert and this city.
I don't think that that's how that works, but
I can't imagine being reincarnated into some desert fowl would help her use her guns.
thank you for trying to cheer me up, I suppose.
Good night, Finzyre.
Good night. Try and rest as much as you can with the circumstances. And put out the
Eric.
candle, please.
Yes, of course.
I was going to try to blow out the candle. There we are.
It snuffs with ease. On the other end, Eric's. Is there any nightly rituals you would like to do to prepare for rest?
There's a couple of things.
Let's hear him.
Eric's is gonna start unbuckling his armor and taking it off, laying his weapons on the chest in front of the bed, and then he's gonna take the staff that he used to smack Araz with and pick a couple of feathers out of it, clean off any spots of blood that there might be. And then he's going to sit down heavily on the bed with a sigh. This day keeps getting worse and worse. Thankfully, it's over. There was one thing I wanted to happen. One answer I wanted to find in this city. It would be something to do with you. And I'll hold up my Jewel of Three Prayers again. I wish I knew what the next steps were. How to find you.
I have a question for you, Erix.
Sure.
Is that a question you're asking to the heavens?
It's either that or who killed Jeffrey Epstein. So
yeah, I like the other one, but I like that one better. So to reiterate, for more simple terms, your question is, what are the next steps to pursue for the amulet?
yeah, what are the next steps to pursue to finding Elixion?
You take refuge for the night, rest down, staring up the amulet. Eventually, you fall to sleep. Your dreams take you.
Oh, wait, there's one
Oh.
more thing.
Of course.
I'm asking that. So we're looking at the amulet, and then I'll take it off and set that down next to the rest of my belongings.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm basically like shedding my things, I'll come across this deck of various somethings.
Oh, fuck.
The last time I drew a card from you, well, I had a brief moment of good luck. Maybe one more.
No. Oh, sweet Jesus. You're gonna pull a card from the deck of various somethings?
I'm gonna pull a card from the deck of various somethings.
Please roll me a D100. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. That's a 71. Don't look. I'll tell you your results soon. I said a D100. I was lying to you. It was a 20 or a D22. Forgot that's how you roll it. Just roll a /R 1D22. All right, a 7. Let me make sure it's not a duplicate. You have disadvantage on all attacks the next combat encounter you face, as the card you draw is the Fool. You look upon its vistage and you feel yourself disheveled, or that bad luck really starting to get to you.
I set it down with the rest of my belongings.
Got one more card you can draw.
Gonna just lie down on the bed
Mm-hmm.
and try to get some rest.
As you lay for rest tonight, you eventually the candle got so it's just, you find yourself slipping into a dream. In that dream, you quickly see yourself walking into a black stone kind of, looks almost like a temple or large mausoleum, a gravesite. You skip forward and see yourself in front of a giant pool of blood, falling into it, before immediately finding yourself on the other end, drying off, and standing before what looks to be a giant maw, almost, in the earth. Not a mouth, per se, but like a quarry. A big, kind of protected opening. Red veins seem to course all throughout the opening. Encircling it completely is a real maw. A giant pair of teeth come out of it, biting towards you. and awakening you in the morning. Next is the daytime. As you all wake up for the day, let me go ahead and settle yourselves as you would like. You just simply hear footsteps outside of the hallway as the hustle and bustle of the morning is currently taking place. Doing some things you don't have to mind. While you're all waking up, you can do as you would please.
I'll wake up, start putting my things all back on. Gonna go and stand in front of the mirror. Still the same, old friend. Still the same. Do we get a long rest?
Oh, you do. Of course, of course. But that would go without saying. Go ahead and take one up.
You never know.
Big dogs.
Ooh, sick. 5
You hear,
charges back.
You hear what sounds like a commotion. Someone's in the bathroom at the moment. You hear, sounds like water running, perhaps.
Well, I suppose it can't be helped.
See, your bottle is perfectly unfallen, Eridonis.
Excellent. We're going to remove the Muggle alarm system, then move the wardrobe aside.
You do so.
Bro straight didn't wake me up, damn.
You deserve some sleep. You need to think on some things. For that, one needs a well-rested
Commotion in
mind.
the bathroom ahead of you, Eridonis.
A commotion?
Well, just, it's being used.
Yeah.
It's occupied currently. The door isn't locked, but you hear running water.
Alright, I'm gonna take a step back, raise my foot.
You guys just form a line outside of the bathroom.
I don't see Eric's.
Eric's went back to his room.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Eric's, what are you doing?
We're gonna
never mind,
drag
we'll
him
find
out.
out soon.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
You're
No,
not
he's going to knock on the door.
knock Eric's.
Eric's is sitting on the chest at the foot of the bed with maybe like a little whetstone, just doing his darndest to sharpen Coral, the backup sword.
You hear a scraping noise coming from inside, so it's like metal against stone.
I'll set the sword and the stone down and... Good morning.
Morning. Had a good night's rest.
Not exactly. More visions, I'm afraid.
Well, perhaps we could discuss that over breakfast. No strange noises or incidents on our end, thankfully.
You heard the door creak open for a second and then slam shut for reference.
This one?
Yes.
Oh.
Which caught you off guard a bit as you guys were talking.
Eridon's going to... he's going to look to Eric's to make sure Eric's heard the sudden slam as well.
Eric's is still in his room.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Do we kick this door in? Am I going... Wait a minute. I'm telekinetic.
That is the bathroom.
I'm telekinetic. I don't need to bother with this. I'm not going to get blasted like last time. I'm going to use my telekinesis to produce a mage hand that is going to fling this door open.
Perhaps you should let them conduct their business in private.
No, somebody was watching us from there.
Look,
I intend to find out who.
fling it open. How much force is behind that fling?
Well, okay, the mage hand can. Let's see. It can carry 10 pounds, so I guess 10 pounds of force.
I'd say it's like kicking a door.
I'm
Yeah,
too tired for this. If the god asks, I'm not with you.
As you kick the door open, you hear a loud thud as someone gets their head hit against the sink. The door will be open. I'm just going to quickly put a condition onto
oh, shit.
Who is it? Please tell me what is happening.
No, you don't need to see.
What is happening?
Oh, stars above.
Oh my god.
Have you delivered
see
me?
that
Have you delivered me?
You see a lump on the figure's head. They hit the metal sink.
He's unconscious.
Yeah, you see his hair over his head, just flat on the floor, freshly washed.
What the hell is happening?
Sorry, you're woken by a
Stars
loud
above.
thud.
I would hope so.
You have delivered me someone most interesting. Aerodon's gonna look over.
He's still breathing, just injured.
Amazing. Aerodon's would place a hand over his mouth to feel for breath.
What in the hell is going on?
He's gonna close the door.
What? Mage hand open.
No, mage hand closed. Mage hand keep it closed.
You can lock it if you
Lock it.
You see, Aerodonus will quickly lock the bathroom door, Finzyra, as you walk out of your room.
Are you okay?
It's nothing. I'm afraid I stubbed my toe against the sink.
Side check.
Perception check, Aerodonus. Check. Oh,
Something's just right themselves.
something seems off.
I severely doubt that you stubbed your toe that loud on the sink.
Okay, while we're talking, Aerodonus, he's gonna look around. He's gonna actually wait a minute. Yeah, okay. He's gonna look through this fellow's belongings just to check him out.
God!
No, he is not gonna do that. That would be with that.
Okay.
Wait. No. Hold on. Okay, how long does it seem like he's gonna be unconscious for?
You aren't sure, but he might start stirring soon.
Can I make a medicine check?
Yeah. You aren't sure how long you necessarily have, but it's gonna be soon. You didn't.
Okay,
Yeah,
just to be clear.
You knocked him out temporarily.
Just to be clear, was this he hit his head because I kicked the door open and he
Yes.
slipped, or oh,
He was
okay.
likely holding the door shut or standing near it, backing away from it in terror from whatever he saw in the hallway. And
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. No.
see a small puddle.
Okay,
Little
Aerodon's
blood.
the smartest man in the world. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, that looks like some soap over there, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna take that soap. We're gonna take one of these towels. We're gonna get the towel wet. We're gonna get it a little bit soapy. We're gonna place it on the ground next to him, and we're gonna put a little bit of soap on his foot and a puddle of water and a little bit of water nearby.
Oh my
Hopefully, if
God.
everything goes well, he thinks he just tripped and it wasn't because of me kicking the door open.
Oh my God.
We're gonna set it up so it seems like he slipped on some soapy water. Was he using the soap?
Sure.
We're gonna make it seem like he was using some soapy water. He slipped and he
He
hit
might
his
not
head.
remember.
This had nothing to do with me. He might not remember. I'm praying. So we're gonna look over his belongings real quick. He's gonna think about it, and then he's gonna think, nah, not for now. Well, have a good sleep. He's gonna open the door and quickly try to slip out, and then close it behind him and stay like firmly against it. If Zara tries to enter.
Based on recent events, just a little bit of paranoia itching at the back of my mind. Who's in there?
No one we need to be concerned by. He slipped, and he had a bit of an accident. Now, if you don't mind me, I need to speak to the innkeeper about this.
Okay, buddy. Sure.
How was your rest?
It was fine until I got awoken by a startling noise.
I'm glad to hear. And I suppose our friend will have to apologize for waking you up. But for now, I'm just very, very famished.
Uh-huh.
Didn't really have a proper dinner. Shall we go see what they have?
Glance over at body.
Okay, we can lock the door. Maybe put it inside of the wardrobe. Her inside of the wardrobe.
I think you misunderstand. I don't want to let my sight off of that because I'm worried that something's going to happen.
You make a good point. You can go and break your fast. I think I'll stay. I'll stay here. You're more in need of rest and recovery than me.
That's just the way.
Ernest's gonna look over, feel his rumbling tummy, think on the person who's about to wake up in that bathroom. I just hope he doesn't remember. Yep, no. Does this door open inwards or outwards?
Both ways. You know what? For the sake of what happened, inward.
Inwards.
For the sake of what happened in there, to have what you did.
Oh, I'm so tempted to lock him in. I could totally lock him in, but I'm not going to do that because I'm turning over a new leaf. Eridon's just going to walk away and hope he doesn't remember. Wait for me.
Panzira, you're going to wait. The two of them are heading downstairs, you hear?
I felt like I was very clear that I wasn't going to be letting this out of my sight, and he suggested that I do such, so I just closed the door and sat back down.
In that case, the two of them will go for their breakfast.
Eridon's going to immediately go down and he's going to notify the innkeep that somebody slipped and fell.
The innkeep's going to say, that's terrible news to hear, but you'll notice something interesting as you come downstairs anyway, so I'm sure you'll have a lot more.
Oh my god, I'm about to get into another fight. Oh boy.
Alright, let's just do this, and let me get a nice spectator token.
Yippee.
You hear some, like, murmuring, and you just kind of... did the spectator token go down?
Yeah,
No.
that's right.
Okay.
I think I
Just
moved
kind
it
of
by
here.
accident.
What's taking gals so long? Should have been out by now.
Eridon's going to look around the corner real quick and then step out.
The entire table's eyes. Oh, sorry. You're gonna see some people apparate because there should be more guests. You're gonna see the eyes of everyone at that table immediately look over to you with like a look of shock and surprise.
I know immediately what.
Well.
I was gonna looking over them all to describe some changes that have happened to them in their time. You notice much more thoroughly scarred individuals, one decent-sized scar over one of Maggie's eyes, and what looks to be a new set of equipment and gear, definitely a lot of it magical, as they seem armed to the teeth and battle-hardened. You see, Maggie now's a new axe instead of a maul. Ao's going to look over and say,
I guess the rest
I'll
of
be
us would have
damned.
some pretty notable changes too.
Oh yeah, no, they notice them all immediately. It's like looking into a different timeline. It's like meeting a friend you knew from like high school. Ao says, "I'll be damned. Look who it is."
Rodon's going to give a grin. I'll be damned as well. Maggie, you're looking well.
Thank you. Glad to meet you again. Dermot's saying, I can't believe that we were able to ever meet up again in a city this large. I didn't think it'd even be possible. Leo says, well, there's only so many ends, I suppose. Guess it was all a matter of luck, or fate.
And only so many cities. What brings you all to Corral?
Leo says, same thing that brought you here, I imagine. Destiny.
It was less destiny on our part.
Well, perhaps a different kind of destiny. You see, and he's going to give a pointed look to AO as he says this next bit. It would seem our destiny had taken us on a slight detour, pitted us against that Baylor that came out from the Betrayer's Rise. How curious, though. It seems in this case our destinies diverge somewhat.
How much you can be sure about. Dermot's going to say, yeah. Kind of to try and break up some of the tension. She's giving you an equally shit-eyed stare. Dermot's going to say, well, shortly after you had all left, while dealing with the Baylor, we helped around the city, helping any injured civilians or reconstruction efforts that needed to happen, but we didn't waste too much time. We found a nice fellow named Prolix and another nice woman named Question. They were traveling to this city together, and, well, it's one of the biggest cities in the world. We thought that, well, Ao thought that it would be best if we come here. If there was ever a destiny to pursue, this would be it. And besides, Prolix seemed really interested in what we had.
There's
And
no
Maggie
better
says,
place than here to stake your claim as adventurers.
most certainly, Maggie says. When we arrived as well, we went to the Cobalt Soul and gave our story to Question, and the leader there goes by the name, I don't remember his name, Jamil. She says,
Jamil Alethea.
yeah, I didn't get his last name, but that sounds about right. Well, we didn't stay long. There it says, just a brief Q&A, you know? They just wanted to know what was happening back in Bazazan. We told them what we knew, and then we went to the Terra's schoolhouse and had a chat with some interesting fellows, and Ao says, for the most part, that's where that ends. Dermot says, yeah.
Those people at the Cobalt Soul may have thrown you for a loop, my friends.
He says, how do you suggest?
They already knew everything that went down in Bazazan. We had told them ourselves.
Interesting they didn't tell us that you were there, but I guess they were just trying to get multiple stories. In case you lied to them.
It's not really our style.
They don't know you.
I certainly do now. One of their members has tried to have us killed on multiple occasions.
Wow. You haven't even been here for about a few days and you've already got people hunting you down trying to kill you? I hope I can beat your record.
It seems his affiliations ran deeper than the Cobalt Soul. But we shouldn't get into that here.
Nah. We're having breakfast. It's not breakfast talk. Maggie says, I agree. Talk about nicer things, like where Galsiriad's at. And Dermot says, I'll go check on him.
I'm afraid he had a small accident. I think he must have slipped
It's
in the
huh?
washroom. It's a terrible thing. I just
Oh
told
my
the
god!
about it.
He kind of starts running. I have to go check on him now.
Oh, God. Please.
Well, Eric's I, for one, am famished. And these can't be the only ones to get a good day's worth of nutrition. Shall we? He's going to look around for a seat to take.
How about that table over there?
They say,
Agreed.
nah, I got the better idea. If you still want to talk, you can go get one of the bigger tables. Kind of pointing to one of the larger ones over here. So we don't have to yell across the room at each other.
What?
Mainly talking
What the hell is that?
Hmm?
Oh, okay.
What would you see?
I saw nothing.
They're gonna say, so, where are the other two anyways?
What?
I
guess since-
food on the brain, I'm gonna go order something for us.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna need some food for the
Maggie's gonna take a seat at the table and we'll come over.
barkeep. Merchant inventory where?
No merchant inventory right now. I set him up like 5 minutes before I had this map ready.
Alright.
For some reason I
Imagine
didn't
not
have a
having-
bar. I had
not
the map
having all the
ready. I
crap
didn't have a barkeep ready for some reason.
All right,
It's
how much
fine.
does bacon and eggs cost?
Yeah, I was just about to say we got bacon
Eggs
and
and
egg sandwiches.
bakey.
I've got a whole list
Hell
of food
yeah.
items. We'll just go through it and pick one. Let me go check. Uncorel, if you want to purchase... Where the hell is bacon and eggs? Why is this so hard to find? Oh, here it is. A ham and egg sandwich. We'll just say that's bacon and eggs. Two gold.
Highway robbery right here. 2 gold
Oh,
for
yeah.
a sandwich. And
They charge
I'll
the
pay
charge.
it, but I won't be happy about it.
They charge up. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in both your inventories. You're both getting one?
Yep.
Alright, bacon and eggs. Bacon and eggs.
Oh no, we
Bacon.
gotta swap seats, Eric.
Why do you say that?
Hey, I was gonna have to sit next to him. Did that. Hey, follows back along with you and just kind of. Okay. Now that you're moved, she was just gonna stand at the table, but she'll take a seat. And she'll just kind of say, "So, where are the others?"
It's a long story.
Well, I suppose
They're
we.
upstairs still, getting their rest.
No. It's not that long of a story, is it?
That's the short version.
Fair enough. I won't pry. Well, At least you made it here nicely. How's the city been treating you? Sounds like not the greatest, considering you've already got assassins on your tail.
It's not the best city experience I've ever had. In fact, I think I'd prefer Bazazan to this.
Damn, this really has been terrible, huh? If you prefer the place where a giant demon came out of nowhere and destroyed half of the place to the beautiful skyscrapers of this place, then I have to wonder how things have been for you.
At least the demon is in front of you. That makes its intentions plainly obvious.
So you've been getting in with those kinds of crowds, huh? See Dermot walking down the stairs holding Galsiriad's kind of shoulders. He's hunched over, kind of stumbling as he walks.
Bruh. Can I follow
Looking-
behind them with the sled?
You can!
Area don't lie.
You see him kind of haze for a little bit and then look over at the table and just kind of I think I left something in my room, Dermot. Walk past you, just You kind of start heading back up the stairs, stumbling. You watch him like trip as he's walking up the stairs, and Dermot just says, "Oh, poor guy." Hello.
Hi. Don't mind the sled. I'm just
Yeah. Do you need help with that?
once I get close enough, I'm gonna mind the lake with Eridonis and go, "What the fuck did you do?"
He's gonna reply, absolutely nothing.
No, look at Dermot and just be like, "No, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry."
It looks over and just says, "Is there a body in that?"
I was gonna make a steeple of his fingers and just sit in silence, looking over at Fenzira.
Kind of looks over at all of you, and then how do you immediately react to her saying that?
I go, "The party's all here. Jazz hands."
Do you keep it cool, or do you like?
That's
do you have
what my
signs of
response
got a
is. The
response.
party's all here. Jazz hands.
On the subject of that long story,
Her
That's
mouth is just gonna kind of hang
Stephanie
open for a bit.
still getting a rest.
Jesus. Shit, I was just saying that as a joke.
It's all right. We're working on it. It's a work in progress.
Damn, the innkeep just let you do that?
What? Huh? No.
Oh.
That massive Baylor and Bassazan, not as easy to defeat as it might have looked.
Oh my god. I can see that. I'm shocked any of you made it back. And you know what else I'm shocked about? You didn't quit while you were ahead.
We were in Corel to find
This explains it.
some way to undo this mess.
I don't know why you're here enjoying breakfast with us, then. Dermot. Dermot says, "Oh my god. I could cast... How long have they been dead? It's been a long time at this point."
I wouldn't worry too much about that. We're actually going to be on our way to deal with this situation very soon.
We've had her body preserved. It should last another 6 days.
That's good. I've talked with some of the local temples. Unfortunately, it seems resurrections are pretty difficult around here. They definitely have a lot of components, though, if you... I wish I was able to cast a spell like that.
Unless you have some very specific herbs.
I might. I don't know. Probably not. Maggie, you collect a lot of herbs. Maggie says, "I'm a junior alchemist now.
That's great, Maggie.
Practicing, dabbling in the arts."
If I know what the herbs are called.
Don't know if I gave them a name.
I
You
wish
can
I
make up
had
a name
more
if you
time.
want to.
I'm not good at making stuff up on the fly.
Oh, I think you can. I think you got it.
What kind of herbs for resurrection? Random urban spice name generator. There we go.
Doing my work for me. I like it.
Well, we'd need an awful lot of fade creepers and sweet sage.
Sweet sage, I can probably... I think I got that, but... Fade creeper, now that's a bit harder to get. I hear from the locals that you need to get that from the desert. Hellcatch Valley. I was looking for some of it because it makes some pretty strong potions. There's all sorts of fun little things you can do with it, but...
Well, it just so happens that a shipment was due to Star Silver Halls until the captain of the port went missing.
Oh, that's a shame.
We
Leo
found
says-
the captain of the port, but
Oh,
well, I'll let Fenzira and Eridonis explain to what happened to him.
I've been busy.
Got into some bad business and is very indisposed somewhere where I can't even contact him with magic, so.
Ah, well, such is the folly of the gambler. At least the poor gambler who doesn't win.
Side-eyeing him.
Gambled?
Ah, yes.
Damn, lucky you. I've been wanting to go to the casino. Seems like fun.
Just
Head over that
don't
way.
try your hand at. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. If you do see a fellow in a red cap, do not try your hand at Liar's Dice.
Good note.
I had an interesting experience.
Fascinating. Well, yeah, you've been busy. I guess it's only fair that we give you a bit more detail then, I guess, huh? Kind of says, so, that amulet of yours. We have been pursuing leads on it. We've made it our absolute business to try and discover what kind of evil is behind that so that we can thwart it and prevent it from causing any more harm than it already has. That's why, Eric's. I mean, if any of you want to come along as well, but I'd like to talk with you outside for a moment. Like I said, it's an open invitation. But I don't want to talk too much in here, you know? A lot of ears.
Ugh.
I'll
Maggie
finish
just
up my
kind of
dinner.
shrugs.
Tracks the fuck.
Maggie just says, this is... Most honest I've seen her be in a while. I'm glad she's talking again.
Wait a minute. This doesn't seem right.
Dermot says, I'll just wait here and make sure the tab gets paid.
Wait. No, something doesn't seem right. She's gonna try to kill me. No. Eridatus would like to make an investigation check or an Arcana check to see if anyone here is being disguised.
I believe...
He's gonna say the same to Fensyra all of a
Oh
sudden.
my god.
Hold on, disguise
While
self as
you-
a check.
While you're up to that, I will say some stuff.
Okay.
If you intend to lead me to another back alleyway with no escape routes, you should be forewarned.
It's
The
her.
last
It's
friend
her.
who tried to stab me in the back is paying the price in a prison cell right now.
She says, I'm sorry that your opinion of me has fallen so low that you would think that.
Less so my opinion of you, and more so my suspicions that this place corrupts everyone.
Ao says, I truly am sorry to hear that your time here has been this bad. If I'm being honest, I hate to say this, but compared to what you've gone through, we've had it a lot easier. We've been getting ourselves into trouble. Not on purpose, but the right kind of trouble. The trouble you need to get into. But regardless, Eric's, you're a good friend. You've... and Eridanis, you would be able to... No disguises from what you can tell now. She says, you've cared for us, and you've talked us through some stuff. I respect you, and I don't want to see you and any more of your friends get hurt. It's a miracle that you managed to make it this far and all survive after that Baelor attack. And the fact that you'll be able to resurrect Persephone soon, I have no doubt you'll succeed, but what next? Where do you even go from there? Because here's what I think. I mean this is... because I'm concerned for you. We already have our leads, and we're further along than all of you at the moment. If you give us that amulet, we can go ahead and take care of all this nasty fate business, and you can all return to your lives. You don't have to continue down this route and get yourselves into more danger. We're the ones who want to be heroes. You're just trying to survive. I don't know if this type of business is cut out for all of you.
Thomas is gonna laugh at that.
If you truly knew me as well as I think you do, you'd realize trying to survive is the furthest from my goals.
You can't be serious, can you?
Oh, please. I don't want to hear a word from you.
Oh,
You're the worst example here.
Hell,
such
perhaps
heroism.
you and I should take a walk alone.
Kenneth says. Fine. I only invited the crowd so you'd feel better about it.
Mm,
I prefer a private chat anyways. Haggy just kind of awkwardly sits on the corner as the two of you walk away.
that is what I didn't want to happen.
Just go ahead and make you two invisible for now.
Great.
Haggy just says, do any of you play cards?
Eridos is gonna look to Maggie.
Very awkwardly.
Is that the opinion that all of you hold of us?
I mean, not the exact one, but I don't think that AO is trying to suggest that you're all incapable. It's just that you get up to so much stuff, and you already have so many quests to do. And I think AO has been taking this whole amulet thing, the Elixion, very, very seriously. And she doesn't want there to be any chance of it getting messed up and a lot of people getting hurt, especially not any of you. We just want to see you all safe.
Well, that seems like all the more reason to just help us rather than alleviate us from one of our many problems, because unfortunately, getting rid of that doesn't get rid of the other things. We're going to have to deal with them regardless.
Of course, and I mean, I'm sure we would be glad to help. It's just... I just think this is something that you shouldn't have to worry about, you know? You've got so many other things to worry about. You have a dead friend.
Pretty
It's not
sure
good.
it's past choice at this point and more like... Anyway.
We want to give you the choice. If you want to say no to AO, I'm sure it won't make her happy, but we aren't going to fight it. She told us that this would be your decision. If it's truly what you want, then that's fine. We aren't trying to force you to do anything or insult you in any way. It's just, we care.
We already made our choice on this matter back in the Vermalock forest, so
And your care is appreciated.
Yeah.
Truly.
After your looking to you, Eridonis, after your talk with her, I just don't think AO has been the same. She went through a lot in that temple that we don't talk about. Not anymore. You definitely rubbed her the wrong way. I think she's bad with words. But she does care. Just in her own kind of way, But she won't she won't fight you on this. It doesn't mean she isn't going to try and stop you in the future, though. If you try and stop her. We're trying to do something good here. And so long as our business doesn't intersect, then we should be fine. But it's always a concern. We just don't want to get in the way of each other, We don't want there to be more of a wedge drawn in where there already is one.
Excellent. Then we maintain our distance. This is a large city, after all. If Aya wishes to pursue her own paths, well, this city is quite large enough for two groups.
Look, I am sorry. I don't want to feel like we're trying to force you to do anything or threaten you in any way. Just know that this is your choice. And we all respect your autonomy.
As far as I'm concerned, a proper decision can't even be made until we have our remaining party member present, so...
Fine. Do what you need to do. There's no rush. Same with you.
Still dragging the fucking...
Dermot's just waiting near the table, just like looking at the body across.
I'm so tempted to go back and loot Galsarian, but I'm not going to do it.
So have you been? Well, he's upstairs.
Yeah.
Have you been cleaning it? And I don't know. It doesn't stink that badly. I guess the spells are good.
I had figured up until now that all that had been taken care of, where it was safe kept, but
Yeah.
it's different now, because now we actually have to move it around with us.
If you want, I can give it a check and make sure everything's fine. New bandages and whatnot in case any rotting is getting to it.
Sure.
I'd have to do it somewhere outside though, where people couldn't see it happen.
Mm,
You know, you can be there, of course. I just don't want to do it in the middle of an inn.
glances over at
I've been practicing medicine for a long time now. I like to think I've gotten pretty good at it. Maggie got a pretty bad scar, but I was able to help stitch it up. Yeah.
Somewhere private.
We could go up to one of our rooms.
It's probably a better option.
Yes, I agree.
Maggie says, I'll carry him up the stairs.
Grrr.
Maggie walks over to the sled and then picks it up with ease. Okay, you lead the way. And Dermot will walk with you. Following your lead. As all of you head upstairs to do your business, we head over to Eric's. Eric's. Back in the city proper. You find yourself walking along with Ao. Down the street, things are quiet for a bit until you're decently out of earshot of anything, and then she just says, well, guess we have some privacy now. Look, I do mean it, alright?
Ao,
Hmm.
you're an excellent leader. I don't know how you've managed it, but you've kept all the members of your party alive, sane, on their toes. They could handle anything. I'm sure Baylor would be nothing before your team's unity.
No. If we were in your shoes, we would be probably worse off, honestly. The only reason we've stayed this safe this far has been due to caution. But even then, she kind of looks around and thinks for a minute before speaking.
Every morning when I get out of bed, I find myself thinking more and more, what would Ao do in these situations?
I appreciate that. I really do. Says, let me be honest with you, Eric's. You're a good friend. Back in the Betrayer's Rise. It wasn't death, I guess. It sure as hell felt like it. don't know if it was a demon or some sort of betrayer god or what, but something found us, something terrible. We didn't survive because we were cautious or I was a good leader. We survived because of luck. We got lucky. Parts of the temple were falling apart. Whatever was attacking us was not very majestic, let's say. We got out, but at what cost? I led us into that mess. And the only reason we survived was because of this. She kind of pulls out the spear from her back. You see this massive kind of wrapped weapon.
All right, quick question.
Yeah.
We had a conversation a while back. I don't remember which session it was.
Mm-hmm.
Where someone else was looking for that spear for reasons.
Yes. You did not get a description, but you heard that it would be I believe, a weapon called Ruin's Wake. It was you needed one of the arms of the betrayers to close the rift inside of the betrayer's rise. That's what you learned from the Cobalt Soul. It was a weapon named Ruin's Wake. It was one of Grumpsh's weapons, or his arm of the betrayer.
Now, we've been through Grumpsh's room,
Mm-hmm.
and we've seen what Grumpsh's little orc men who were fighting each other looked like.
Sure.
And his, like, I guess, decor.
Sure.
Grumpsh's aesthetic.
Yes.
Does this wrapped object look like it might have Grumpsh's aesthetic?
Make a religion check.
Oh man, where's religion? There it is. Come on, Thomas. It's only 11.
To describe the weapon for you, then, without giving any answer to that question. Despite being an elegantly crafted spear, there are brutal elements to it, where you can tell it's been carved from some large bone. The entire weapon itself is one big kind of carved bone in its own right, with two like massive leather wrappings with fur coming out of them around parts and bits. I'm going to put it in the art channel, just for reference to clarify it. She pulls it out and she says, we were in that room. Well, we were in that temple. We were on our last legs, and we were going to die. We were going to die in that temple just like any other group that had gone in unexperienced as us. You almost did. We lived because of this. It gave me strength. I was faltering as a leader. I found my confidence waning. This has restored something in me, and it's given us a chance. Up until that point, we were just following what your group was doing, hoping that we could get a piece of the destiny that you'd stumbled upon. But this is our path, our own path. And it's not till recently we learned that it might be pursuing the same destiny.
I think your destiny might be something else entirely.
What do you mean?
Have you, when you spoke to the Cobalt Soul about the Betrayer's Rise, had they mentioned anything about closing those feral gates forever?
They barely told us anything, and if we're being honest, all we told them was lies either. We gave them the basic story, nothing crazy.
I'm afraid we gave them the truth. The Betrayer's Rise can be permanently shut. That little corner of the world safe from all of their demonic problems, it seems. But they require an arm of the Betrayer to do so. A weapon found inside the Rise itself.
Looks at the spear. You're not suggesting.
I'm not sure what that thing is, but it seems powerful. More powerful than my Mistbreaker was, just from a rough glance.
How do you know this?
Jamil mentioned it.
How do we know that they're telling the truth? How do we know it's even possible? I've seen what's in there. How is this going to stop it? If this is what we think it is.
I suppose we don't know. But that might be a starting point for your very own heroic journey. One that will cement not only you, but your entire party as legends of the world. You want your names to be known across Exandria. The ones who shut betrayers' rise and stemmed the tide of demons. It's a lot more fitting than what we're chasing. And I'm going to unclasp the Jewel 3 prayers again and just hold it out in my hands. This amulet has put us on a different path. I don't think that this path leads to any sort of heroic tales or fables. No one will write about us.
Let me tell you more about what we know about that thing. That amulet. The thing it's tied to, Elixir. We've done our research. Syriad's good at those sorts of things, pulling long nights. And now that we have the library of the Allegiance of All Sight to assist us, we think we have maybe reason to believe that whatever this red substance that's been popping up, causing terror for the lives of plenty and only getting worse, we think that it might have something to do with that Elixion. We think he might be trying to trick you, or worse. That's what I was trying to tell you back after the temple. But we never got the chance.
I've fallen for enough tricks to know that one as complex as this, well, there's more to it. I think you're right. I think Elixion does have something to do with this red stone, this fleshy substance that keeps appearing. I think there's a lot more to it than what you believe. Do you remember Chigao? When we first found this thing?
She kind of laughs for a minute and says, "Do I remember Chigao?"
The race through the watery catacombs?
And even beyond that, I didn't think there could be places outside of Chigao when I was there in that moment. Places in the world like Bazazan that could break my heart, and places like this that can bring such beauty.
Hey, you need to listen to me.
Of course. Sorry. Trailed off a bit there.
The guardian of the temple was a shark. A large, mutated creature.
I remember you were talking to it.
And impaled with Elixion's own spear. The very same spear I gave to you.
She has it on her back as well. Turned into a harpoon. I appreciated that. I'll tell you now.
Since we've had visions of this Elixion, he's been surrounded by this red fog, these bloody, veiny substances. I think that wherever he is, he's trapped by it. Consumed by it, even. Forgotten by his gods. Left to stew in some festering dark hole.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Make a persuasion check. It's normal. Not bad. 19, Jesus.
Very pog.
She kind of grasps the spear tightly. If there were a way to close Bazazan, I'd do it. And I still will. If it means destroying this spear, then whatever.
Before you do, I'd like to ask a very large favor of you.
You might want to let me finish first. If you don't mind.
Certainly.
I'll destroy this spear and I'll close that temple. But I'm not going to do it until this job is done here. I'm not going to leave this half finished. I'll take what you've said into account. I won't trust what this tells me. I won't trust anything. I'm past that. But I'm not going to just let this go. You're not going to give me the amulet. I realized that when we left. I get it. And though I hope your group truly does just carry on with your own tasks and find something good, we're not going to stop. If anything, we have to get this done faster so we can get this business over with. And I do sincerely hope that we don't have to cross paths on any negative way in the future.
Then comes my favor.
Go on.
I'd ask that you put Eridonis's madness, Fenzira's despondency, and Persephone's rakish audacity in the face of danger to the side. Although they all have their flaws, they're good people. And they don't know it yet, but they're all working for a good cause.
Kind of laughs for a second.
And I'd ask that you, your friends, and anyone who's willing to join us stand by our side as we head into the dark depths that await.
Half jokingly, she'll kind of say, you know, I don't mean this to be rude, but are you calling yourself flawless?
I have more than any of them.
Who doesn't? How about this? I can't promise that our paths won't end up going against each other somehow. I can't. Not for sure, but maybe we can work at the same goal at different angles. Might be worth talking to the Allegiance, seeing what they have to say, but one way or another, maybe we can work something out. You can help us investigate this and learn more, but when it comes time to find the Silixian and stop them, we'll be the ones to take care of it.
And the first place you should look into is if there are any large black temples nearby. Mausoleums.
Believe it or not, actually, we've got business that we're supposed to be taking care of soon. I'm sure someone would probably kill me for saying this, but whatever, I need to tell some people. We've recently been hired out by an independent contractor. I won't give you the details because I know you'll hate them, but they have access to ruidium And they even have some theories about how to use it to potentially track down this Elixion.
The consortium.
No. No. Not them. Definitely not them. But they want us to do something for it. They're an independent person. They work on their own. We haven't even seen their face, but we have people that can verify their truth. They want us to steal a painting from a group known as the Myriad here in the city.
Then perhaps we should go along with you. Make sure this mission goes off without a hitch.
It's a stealth mission. And I'm sorry, but I feel like we should be better suited to not have such a large group storm in. This is supposed to be on the down low. We can't just walk in and start a large fight. Guards will know, and then problems will arise. The Myriad is a group of criminals. Or so we've heard.
So I've heard as well.
We're going to deal with this. We'll get it figured out, and depending on what we can figure out, maybe if you go to your dark temple after you resurrect Persephone, which promise me you'll do quick. We still need to talk. Maybe we can meet up again. I'm sure you have ways to contact us.
I'm afraid we don't.
Then maybe you'll see us around the tavern. We don't plan to really move anywhere else for now. Unless we need to. This is close to the Crystal Chateau.
I think perhaps you ought to take a day off after your little painting heist. Enjoy the sights of Ank'Harel. The donut shop is supposed to be really worthwhile.
She says. That's what's different about us all, Eric's. We don't have time for donuts. She kind of pats you on the shoulder and puts the spear away and says, "We have to get moving. I understand your wishes. And I do hope that we can at least be friends for a while now. As for your promise, I won't keep it fully, but I promise I'll try and... I'll try and look over Eridonis. Give him another chance, but... Just because I'm working on it doesn't mean, problems like this can get solved just by one party. He needs to work on it himself. Don't think I didn't catch the side eye he was giving me the second he walked down there and saw my face.
Sometimes it takes a village to raise a warlock.
What's... Sure. I'll leave that up to you. But I'll give him a chance. I'm gonna go get my group, and then we're going to get down to business. For now, you...
This contact of yours.
Yes.
The one who knows so much about Elixir.
Yes.
Do you think you could put us in touch?
Honestly, I think we'd be putting ourselves at risk if we did that. This is the kind of person you find.
If you can chase down your leads, any help you could give us about them or this Black Temple would be most useful.
Once we're finished with our business, we'll talk. But either way, I definitely know they have some sort of agreement with that consortium you were talking about. Aloysius group. I gotta say, the Allegiance hates their guts. Oh, they're practically at war with each other, but most of the city doesn't know. Luckily, we haven't had any problems with them yet, and I hope not to. I don't think Aloysia was that bad of a person. just misunderstood. Might be worth looking into that group, though.
Suppose it couldn't hurt. I'll take any lead, and I won't rest until I find out how to solve this mystery that awaits us all.
Of course. Maybe I'll take you up on that day off, but for now, you've got other things to deal with. You gotta get Persephone back.
Well, I'm sure the two of them have it well in hand. But
Your
where would
group.
they be without me and my
Exactly.
infinite wisdom?
I wouldn't say that. No offense, but no one's wisdom is infinite.
That was sarcasm, Ale. You should try it out once in a while.
You're right. I've gotten too intense recently. Let's go. We have people waiting.
I'll nod and follow back.
Eventually, you both end up right back where you started. After Dermot's medical checkup, all of you manage to go downstairs once again and meet up largely with the group. I'd say about after you guys start leaving, when Persephone's body is checked over, Galceriad follows along but from a safe distance. And I'm just going to go ahead and put you on the map. Donuts are for Baylor killers. That should be their motto.
Exactly. It's a skill issue. I can have my donuts and I can drop a Baylor.
And you know what? We can go through Betrayer's Wise without making any devil deals.
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
I don't know about that one.
I haven't made it. We could have speed run Betrayer's Rise. Did you consider that? We could have speed run Betrayer's. We basically did speed run Betrayer's Rise.
Look,
we ran
you,
that.
you were edging that Vecna deal, buddy.
But we
Never
did.
heard of
Anyways.
Never heard of her.
We didn't do it. We edged it, but we pulled out at the last second.
Oh my god.
Anyways, as both of your party members get back, A just kind of looks over at our team and says, "All right, guys. You know what we have to do. Let's get to it." Everyone kind of starts following along with her. She seems a little more peppy now that she's gotten back. And Dermot and Maggie kind of look at each other and smile for a bit, and Galceriad just keeps his head down and hugs the wall away from Eridonis.
I'm gonna mind link to him and be like, I'm sorry.
Just keep it subtle. It's fine. We can talk later. Just
Okay.
pretend like I'm not here.
Bye.
Good luck, you four.
Maggie says, "Thank you, and thank you again for whatever you said." And they walk off into Agartha.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Does he remember?
Huh?
Does Galceriad remember?
He was avoiding the hell out of you.
Oh,
Does he remember the
make
circumstances
an
of his?
insight check. Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
If you guys want to have a minor heart attack, Eric's is not wearing the Jewel 3 prayers right now.
Oh, we gotta go back there and kill.
Okay. You get the feeling that he's not sure, but he was definitely... Okay, his reaction that led to it happening in the first place, where he opened the bathroom door, saw you, and then instantly slammed it shut, is more of why he's trying to avoid you. Generally because you're a nightmare to him, more than him remembering what happened. He doesn't seem to recall, though.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, no,
He's
not
just
beautiful.
terrified of you.
Actually, no. If I stole something from his pockets, he definitely would have figured I knocked him out and
Eric.
robbed him, which I would
Eric's-
have. But
He seemed pretty relieved, though, when he left without any incidents occurring.
To get back to the moment at hand. Eric, she looked very happy. I have to ask. Where's
Too
the
happy,
jewel?
perhaps.
It's right here in my hand.
Oh, thank God. Oh. We would have all gotten a fucking year and a half full. Holy crap. Okay. What happened then?
I told Ao that we would pursue the Jewel of Three Prayers, revive our dead friend, and hopefully save Elixion in the process. In return, she should think better of Eridanis and the rest of our party.
Surprising. But that's good.
Now, Eridanis, if you went the extra mile and didn't glare at them every time you saw them, perhaps we could be well on our way to making real friends instead of enemies. You know what friends are, don't you?
A new city, perhaps a new leaf. Well, I promise I will try. That much, I could say.
Think how many secrets you could learn from them. Would they be willing to share?
You have a point there, I must admit. Well, as it stands now, however, there is just the one friend that I'm concerned about. He's gonna meaningfully nod, I guess, to the body.
Well, seeing as you've dragged Persephone around all night, Fenzara, where do you want to go today?
Try and scoop by it in between. I don't feel like I need to rehash this, but I can if you need me to.
I mean, I did ask you in character.
I just figured you'd get the context clues, sir, but alright. I guess...
Keep in mind, I am stupid. I have 8 intelligence.
Come on, that's not that stupid.
Context clues don't exist. Blatantly.
I'm going to assume that the other means with that one lady will take a little bit too long, potentially, and like I previously have said, like 4 times at this point, we're already in debt, so...
Well, you'll be pleased to know that we aren't in debt.
To the devil? You're not.
I'm just gonna open my pack a little bit and show you a mountain full of gemstones.
Okay.
Do you think the devil would take this in trade?
You know, we can certainly try, but I'm not gonna bet my anything on it. But, you know, like I'm not gonna tell you that it's going to work. 'Cause I don't know. We can try. Let's go.
Very well. Let's see what this Davi demands of us today.
If it's another game of putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger, I volunteer.
What? You should not be volunteering for that.
Oh, come now. What are the odds I lose a second time?
50-50, I'd say.
begin to make your way towards the Lux Run Casino. I just need to quickly check something real quick.
He's been rolling for his Bullstrucker ambush table.
So here's what I'm gonna ask.
99 Bullstrucker.
We have
Merchandise.
two ways. We have 2 ways we can end session here. We could end session in the casino, prepping up for resurrection and figure out what all happens with that mess next session. Or on the way to the casino, there is the International District. You can make a quick stop there and see what's going on there if you would like.
The International
Choices.
District.
I feel
It's
like
a
we're
shopping
in a bit of
thing.
a time crunch to save our dead friend.
Let's maybe
Call
end
me
off at the
crazy.
casino.
All
We
right,
can
then.
always go back.
Perfect. All right. In that case, you eventually make it to the Lux Run Casino. Walking back up the stairs and through, you're allowed to go up to continue the business you left off on. You're just escorted as you go back up by the same security captain Nadosi that you had come with before. Let me delete Araz's token since the treacherous bitch is dead. Nadosi just kind of says, "Don't take too long. Come with me. We get this handled. Hopefully this is the last time you'll be doing business here. If you want to keep coming up to this floor, I'd recommend you start gambling."
Let's go gambling.
I have to ask, is this sled still behind me?
Okay, as you're about to pass, Nadosi says, "I hate to be the one to point out the elephant in the room here, but what's the sled about?"
Your high-paying client requested us to bring it.
I swear to God. That. Keep your noses clean. Your faces are too clean to get dirty today.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
I'd hate to punch sense into you.
And we need to
Eridanis,
try.
move. Hello, Eridanis.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Having me
Whee! Whee!
Okay, everything's set up. Phew, I had to make sure the room was good before you went in. Okay. RV just leans back against the chair. Same place you left him. Gun holstered to his side, and he just kind of cocked smile going up. "Well, I've been expecting you all. Took a little longer than anticipated, but here we are." You see the table, despite what the map may seem, has been cleaned off. So, rests his hands on the table. "Can I assume that we're ready to continue our business then?"
Glance over at Eric's, who wanted to give a shot with the chance.
I'm just gonna shrug.
Well, bring the body on. Yeah.
Oh, so we are ready then. Lay it on the table, why don't you? I'll have some boys clean it up.
I'm surprised I'm not having to roll strength check to fucking grab the mic. Put it on.
Assuming your party's helping you.
They're
If not,
not.
the Minotaur will step up and help you lift it. Oof. On 3, and kind of
Whee!
counts down. 1, 2.
Just throw it right on
3.
his cards and
He-
pile it away.
He, like I said, it's not there. He watches you struggle with picking it up for a bit, and then kind of gives out a smirkish laugh before lifting it up with ease and then laying it on the table.
Thank you.
Just his massive cannon on his side, just kind of waving around as he's moving. Darby stands up and says, "My friend, before we continue with our proceedings, I think it's important we discuss exactly what we're doing here. Obviously, I'm doing this as a kindness. you're still got business with me one way or another. However, I think I've finally picked out just the right task for you. If you're ready to hear it. Looking to you, Eridonis.
Eridonis is going to give a sigh. Enlighten me.
Now. Before you get too excited. I don't want your soul. As we discussed. We're long past that. If I wanted that, then the bullet would have taken care of it for me. However, there are others in this city who owe me debt. Like your dear dock captain. And as much as I do enjoy the idea of getting my own hands dirty, as you were able to tell from our last little job, we were a bit messy. Not to mention, if you were able to track us down, what's an actual paid detective going to be able to do? I'll tell you, the same thing. Golden chains are still on us. But they won't find me. Not if you're doing the work for me. I'll give you a list. We'll go down it one by one together, and you'll go collect me each individual that I demand. To make it easy for you, you don't even need to kidnap them and drag a body through the streets. You watch them produce a set of paper, a nice orderly stack that's kind of pinned close. All you need to do is make them sign the dotted line. Don't even worry about the words. You wouldn't be able to read it if you tried. And once they sign it, well, let's just say it won't be that hard for me to do my own business with them. Won't have to get messy. That's your job. Now, I understand. You don't like the idea of roughing up a bunch of innocent, well-doing people around the city. I get it. So that's why we're going to start this off easy. A criminal. No good, low-life scumbag. Who's been selling some dastardly weapons around the city. I'll give you their location. You'll go track them down, and that will be your first mark. And I can't stress enough how important it is that they sign. Willingly. Killing them won't do, and forcing them to do it themselves with magic ain't gonna cut it. You're gonna have to find different means, and if they don't listen, make them. Sound good? Kind of taps the table next to Persephone's body while leaning on it. You'll be cleaning up the streets, and getting your friend back. Sounds like a deal to me.
So you're a busy demon. You probably hand out contracts left and right. Why don't you give us the full list, and we'll wrap it all up as quick as possible.
Contracts are a bit archaic. I'm only using these because it's easy for all of you. I made some accommodations for you, Ty. And as for why I won't just give them all to you at the start, that would take away the suspense and the drama of it all. Isn't it more fun to make it a surprise? But I'll tell you what. You do this first job nice and clean, no incidents, no worries, and no problems at my doorstep, then maybe I'll consider giving you the full list. Letting you skip to the end. Save you the whole charade. That'll be up to you. But we'll work your debts off one piece at a time. Sound good?
Everyone else is going to look at the paper. It's a deal. He's going to
Reaches out his
snatch the
hand for
paper
a shake.
and give him a shake of the hand.
Transfer off the paper and you shake. A pleasure to hear it. As you do that, a name burns onto the paper. Go ahead and get something. And you see your first target is... Mitten.
Mr. Mittens, no.
For instinct, this is how the name is spelled.
See him hunting down a cat, clearly.
Am I
The name
TIN?
burns into your mind, and you now instinctually can use this contract whenever you please to cast the locate object spell free. But only for this person. Or locate creature, I guess, in this instance. It'll require you to do some looking around, but I'm sure you'll get things figured out. From what I hear, they like to hang out around the Alluvium district. Hear those streets are crawling around these times. Wouldn't be surprised if they roll around with a crew. But either way, pushes the chairs aside. Let's get to it. And for now, that is where we're going to end off tonight's session. Next session, picking up with the resurrection of the dearly departed Persephone.
I can't believe I'm still not breathing.